You know, Kirk, you bring up a very solid point. I will never understand, for the life of me, and this is just a thing that happens every single week. So the bracket is technically set up to be advantageous for like EU gamers, right? Yet every week, most of the bracket is NA. Are you all unemployed? What's going on? I can't understand it. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. And I didn't mean to call you out like that, but like, holy shit. It's like, not what I was expecting at all. And then I do the tryhard brackets, and I can't fill NA. But I have like, everyone. I get home right at tourney time. Oh. Yeah, no worries, Embern. If you want me to delay your match, I can. I'd be more than happy to. But yeah, welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. We do have the beginner's bracket number 16. Dun, dun, dun. Hello, Souls buddies, indeed. Congratulations. 1, 2, 1, 4, 8, 3, 3, 6 represents the AB. What up, bitches? Oh. I'm going to forget that happened. I'm too tired for this shit. Alright. Blaze versus A2 are up first, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to check the rules, !chal, or if you're one of the 3 people on YouTube, do check out the description. You'll find the bracket there. Let's just take a quick peek at what our gamers are going to be rocking. We do see the 62 strength here on the side of Blaze. A2 rocking that 55 dexterity. Very pro, very cool. Would recommend. Dark Blade, hello. Dex, we will probably see Bleed Miladies. Oh my god. And we have a change of scenery, boys and girls. A change of scenery. As we do have both of our contestants in their respective corners. Old FOC, indeed. The Forgotten Coliseum. And just like that, folks, the bolt is out. The physics are to be drunk. And we are going to see the fists here on the side of Blaze versus the Bleed Miladies, of course, on the side of A2. Both of these gamers are USA, as we do see those fists doing absolutely crazy damage as we see the L1s coming out here from the side of A2. A2, of course, having played in many of these beginners brackets, the kick comes out from the side of Blaze, who's taken just a smidgen of damage. A2, of course, going for her signature mashing of the buttons, and look at that damage coming in from the side of A2 as we see the swap back over onto the two-handed. Looking at this, these R2s are going to ring true, but that roll-in is going to be immediately punished as we are going to see the kick come through the hyper armor tech. But A2 says, I care not. This R2 button is going to wear very thin, but not thin enough. And that is going to be the first round of this best of 5, round 1, going over to Blaze. Let us go, folks. Exciting first round. Yes, there we go. I haven't seen them working. This gee Willikers, Giddy. I wonder which one it is. Is this PC or PSN? Curious. All right, our contestants are in and ready to go. A2 in red, the lady in red, versus Blaze Blue. That was 110% intentional, I swear, on God, as the pot is going to go a little bit wide here, as we are going to see A2 skedaddle into the far corner, but those empty jumps here being very threatening. Good rollout comes out from the side of A2, who tries to set up for the mash. Blaze is waiting with those kicks. He is waiting, as we are going to see those Storm Blades come out here on the side of A2, and it is going to connect into a standing R1 into a follow-up. No back swang. Coming through there from the side of A2 as the charged R2 comes through. Tries to go for the follow-up, but unfortunately, unfork besties, it is going to be a mash fest, and by golly gosh, is it going to be fists that win those situations? It's going to be 2-0 in the favor of our dear Blaze Blue. Chal and the Safari haven't seen power stance LGS work ever. Funny enough, you say that. A2 did take a couple of stocks last tourney. I think she actually won a round as well, so it was actually pretty cool. And the Leon, end of my loins, darling, take me out for dinner first, please, as we do have both of our contestants getting their respective rune arcs and all shenanigans. Match point in the favor of Blaze, who's blazing through this first round. I am so clever. Please get this match on so we can cast it as the bombs are out onto the Grey Cat here from the side of A2. I believe it's going to be the Rakshasa, and one more turn on the rack. I was playing a little bit of G-Cat this morning. It was actually kind of interesting to understand the true immaculate decision-making processes that can go on between, do I go for the follow-up or do I do a running? Big brain. As the Weed Cutter is out and Blaze is kind of getting blazing through that health bar. There's the side of A2. I'm so sorry. As we are going to see this health lead definitely go very much in the favor of A2 as that follow-up. The rolling R1 comes through. A2 chilling like a villain as she is going to be pushed back, but those follow-up R1s are going to be very risky. And Blaze is going to have to be a little bit more careful here with the initiation, as we do see these running L1s ring through all the way through from one side of the arena to the other. But the deference that Blaze is going to have to give A2 as the full Weed Cutter comes through. Empty jumps over the top there into a trade, into the follow-up R1, tries to go for the Weed Cutter once more, but we're running out of weeds to cut by the looks of things, but that's going to be it. A2 takes the stock. The rack. One more turn on the rack, she says. Oh my god, Elden Lean, hello. Exciting news, by the way, Lean. Very exciting news, sir. PSN tourneys are coming back, hosted by the wonderful, the amazing, the immaculate Heartbreaker Jaker, dude. So if you are interested in getting back involved after all this time away, Lean, do let Jake know. Or do ping the fucker and tell him that you want in. But, ladies and gents, round 4. This best of 5. Oh, yeah, round 4. There we go. And away we go. We are going to see the chugs coming through here from the side of both of our players. Immediate aggression coming through here on the side of A2. Blaze going for those punishes there, getting a nice little bit of damage. Get rid of that life ring advantage. We aren't going to see any tally swaps coming out here from the side of A2, but the trade rings out. And that is going to be very much in the favor of Blaze, who has a solid 600 HP lead as the Weed Cutter comes out once more in the follow-up R1. I do not envy A2's endurance bar right now, as she is burning through that stam like you wouldn't believe. We do see both players now chilling in this long neutral. Blaze not entirely sure how to aggress the rack. And look at that resetting there, not wanting to walk into the follow-up R1. There comes the follow-up. Not going to be enough, but another follow-up there. Do have to respect that, and the likelihood she does have to actually go for that mash. And you see Blaze here deftly rolling the Weed Cutter here as another run R1 comes through. A standing R1 into the follow-up once more here from the side of A2. Another follow-up. Blaze kind of getting the handle on this, but both sides kind of doing a little bit of hitbox porn there. Jesus, they kind of upload that onto the tube there, boys, because that's absolutely rancid. What we just witnessed, and the Weed Cutter comes out once more. Trying to get these keepaways out is the side of A2. Empty jump there. A nice little bit of a hit, a follow-up into the Weed Cutter once more. But the pickings are slim out there. And that is going to be Blaze taking that in a 3-1. G. Alright, nicely done. Oh, Giddy says I'm going to be getting a PlayStation 5 soon. Nice. 3-1. Very cool beans. As Blaze moving on to round 2. Round 2. A2 moving on to the first round of losers. I'm just having to check here if I need to skip a match. Skipping next match for now. Right, let's see who is up next. It is going to be Garant versus Briar. Let me just ping the players. Garant at Briar. You chaps are up. Let's go, let's go. It'd be good to see you on both platforms. I've been doing these tournaments on PC this whole time, Giddy. Obviously, as you can see here. Alright, so it's going to be Briar in... because it begins with B. I think that's the way to do it. Cool. Beans. 0. Nicely done. Yeah, you're more than welcome, Giddy. I'm hosting a NA tournament at the end of the month. We have, of course... Garant, how do I spell that? There we go. Very pro, very cool. Pretty cool match there. Yeah, it was a good one. Obviously, the swap over to the rack definitely forced some adaptation on the side of Blaze. Like, rack on Fist is kind of interesting because you have to be very sparing with your run R1s when you're on Fist, just because that hyper armor can just tank it, and you don't really have as many options to go for those R2s as other people as you would usually like to. So you have a bunch of options, really. I've been trying to get my 8-year-old stepson Souls game. I am so sorry to hear that. Actually appalling. Shamshire works on Starfist, right? I mean, meta setups as a whole are generally going to do pretty well against each other. That's just kind of how it all works. Right, let me just get all of my shenanigans setups. It's going to be Briar in... Garant in red. Oh my god, it actually did it right. Yeah, all the meta setups generally work okay against each other. I'd say Fists kind of are a little bit better, but it's close. It's gonna be close. Or closer, I guess. That's kind of the important thing. So we are in the Forgotten Coliseum, folks, because it looks pretty. And this misty first weekend of fall. The autumn is here. The moisture is in the air. And seeing as you're all Yanks, although it's not morning for most of you, never mind. But it's misty out. We're getting to that time of year. Alright, we've both players in their respective corners. It is wave 1, best of 5, still. Garant in red. Yep, that's the wrong button. Garant in red. The wonderful Briar in blue. The Fisher, if you will. Let's get this show on the road. And we'll show off the builds after this. So it does seem as though we're going to have the off rack here on the side of Garant. Voices the halberd, the Hall Axe on the side of Briar. Sweden versus Turkey. An unusual matchup. Oh, nice. Nice bit of pressure there as we do see the force back there from the off. The off axe, which is of course a favorite, but it does seem as though it's going to be the Sword of Night on the rack. But the two-handed rack there to try and initiate the fight. Risky business, as we are going to see. Just look at the amount of damage there that Garant is able to get off as the rack is going to go for a follow-up R1. We do see the L1 here once more. Goes for a running attack. Gets the interrupt. Had priority there with the off axe. Actually playing pretty risky here. However, that's going to be the tier procced into this giant hunt. And the off axe trying to go for that little bit of a backswing as we do see these rollouts come out here from the side of Briar. Looking for an initiation, and he has it. But that hyper armor says no, sir, into the Sword of Night. Bebin, what would you do when the armor is hyper, my friend? As we just take a quick peek at the builds. The builds, dex, voices, the strength. 52 dex, 50 strength. You're going to get some pretty crazy damage on that Raksasha, which of course is what you're going to do. And same with the no grav missile, bad builds, real and true. Forgotten Call it. Yo, he figured it out. Let's go. Use it before you lose it. I'm probably not going to ban it in my rule set. I might look at restricting flasks a little bit more, but we'll see. I don't imagine banning it anytime soon. Oh, here we go. No! Rogarita! Forgotten Coliseum, bro. Oh, you love to see it. Let's fucking go, dudes. Bogger. We got there. We got there. He figured it out. Let's fucking go. Alright. Alright, folks.
Hey.
Hi. Hi indeed. Now, into your corners. Come on. Yup, 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 yup. Ladies and gents, round 2 in a second, once I remember to actually log the scores, was going to be Garant taking that first round. I was too distracted talking to you shitters in chat. Let's go. And ladies and gentlemen, in a 3, 2, 1, the bolt is on its way. Garant is up 1. And of course, Briar here coming from behind us. We do see the poison pot is out. Interesting choice there. We do see the poison has been procced on both of them, it seems. Are we looking to try and get the buff? But no, this is a swap over to the cat. But looking at that there, just look at the hyper armor. Unfortunately, Briar is just not prepared for it as a running attack rings out. Isn't going to quite land, as we do see the Divine Beast Stomp come out there from the side of Briar as a running attack comes through. Good space out there. Tries to go for that impaling thrust. Goes for that jump over the top there. Both players are... How are we? Are we good? Was there a little bit of skips? Alright, I think we're okay. Alright, they're going to continue on. So much skipping. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Alright. Alright, that is going to be the... Oh, I can see it now. Oh dear, oh dear. What I will do then... Alright, let's play this one out either way. We are going to see just little micro skips coming out here from the side of Briar. Going for that run. Jump attack comes through. Unfortunately, Briar is just going to be forced back into that far corner. We do see that. The standing R1s. Another one comes through there. Moves away there. Goes for a running attack. Garant not quite able to make it clear there, as we do see the jump over the top there. Once more the jumps come through there, forced back now. Once again we do see that big amount of damage into the trades. Garant is quite low, but there's the rack now once again into the Sword of Night, trying to get those catches there, as we do see the follow-up now once more rolling out there is Garant. We do see that catch in the end. Let me just do a quick... Alright, let's just have a quick peek then while we wait for the players to sort out the shenanigans. Oh me oh my, I'm pressing Hyper Armor after Starfist R2 button God has given me. That's more than fair. More than fair, that is more or less what you gotta do. Why not, if in doubt, trade? Alright, I hope you're doing well. And yeah, I'm doing great. Meow. Nicola, what is the crack? Oh, I love admin so much. How are you doing though, Nicola? I hope you're having a good day. Let me send the website. Boom. So we are going to come back to this match. You get a chance. Let me just log the score. Right, yo, give me a moment, folks. How do I do this? So it's gonna be. I'm gonna call it 1-1 for now. What scores for now? 1-1. Okay, right. So, ladies and gents, we are gonna move. All right, let's go. Who's up next? It's gonna be Misha versus Dankblade. Both League World. No packets lost, no late packets. Interesting. Okay. All right, cool. We're going to move on to... Let me go Ash. So it's going to be Misha voices Dankblade. Misha at Dankblade. All right. All right, let me just get all of this shenanigans sorted then. All right, so Misha. Sorry about that, folks. You love to see it. What should I get for lunch? The nicest sandwich you can imagine, sir, is what you get. Misha. And then it's going to be Dank. Dank memes. Sorry about this. Cool. All right. So let's take a. Make sure both players are set correctly. Misha, have a good day. Nice. All right. Builds. It is going to be the 50 strength versus the 50 faith of Dank. Nice. Powerful. Pro. A little bit of difference in the endurance as well. Both players very high. My God. Misha, of course, rocking the signature shield. Going to be super curious to see if the Beast Claws do well this time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's crack on with this next round. Wave 1. While we get the other people getting their stuff restarted. The bolt is out. The physics are drunk. It does seem as though it's going to be paired GSs here on the side of... Ooh, the volcano pots of Dank, who we do see the jump R1 coming out right off the bat, but the Beast Claws are there and waiting into that hyper armor. When the armor is hypers, we do see a little bit of a punish. Misha taking a fair bit there. We do see the run R1 comes out there, but the hyper armor trades are there to wait. Dank, not quite sure what to do. We are going to see the standing R1 come through there. We do see both players now chilling like villains, going for another running attack. We do see that into the flame skewer, but it's not going to be enough, as we do see that unrelenting pressure come out here from the side of Misha, who's doing an excellent job getting slowly but surely chipping Dank down, as we do see an empty jump come out there, and that is going to be Misha taking the first round. Boom. Very nicely done. GG's. 3 hours of sleep and it's pouring downside. Yeah, the weather over here is actually gorgeous, Nikki. I know what you're all complaining about. You're only down the road, like. Maybe you have like very specific weather just for the sheep people over in Wales. You hate to see it. Oh, we're going to see some jumping and diving. There we go. Yeah, some people just rock mains. There's a shield poke main by the name of Pedro Segurna, who constantly uses shield, despite everyone recognizing immediately that they're just going to pull fists. Some people just like setups, and more power to them. As the bolt is out, Misha drinking up. We do see the same here from Dank. Looking at this, the roll over there comes across. Looking here. Is that oil? Huh. Maybe there's some tech here that I'm missing, as we are going to see some crazy damage come out there from the side of both of our players. Is he using... Dank regen? No, he isn't. What tier is he... Is he using the oil one to boost fire damage? Is this what I'm seeing? Huh? GG's 2-0 in the favor of Misha. What a Chad. What an actual Chad. What a legend, ladies and gentlemen. Holy moly. Well, I know that... Yeah, actually, no. You know, I'm squaring away that thought. Ladies and gentlemen, round 3, 2-0 in the favor of Misha. Let's see what our contestants are going to put on for us today. Look at both players now. Go into their respective corners. The chug, chug, chug. It's thirsty work out there, folks, as the explosions come out. Not quite going to be able to land, as Misha is going to be setting up for those. Nice, tasty hyper armor trades. Look at that, the run attack rings true. As we are going to see the magma, and that fire damage is looking a little bit tasty. Is it worth all the trades, and the lack of survivability is going to be the big question here on the side of Dank, who is making an awful mess here. I'm actually sad. Oh my god! The wild strikes into the follow-up. R1. Actual Chad behavior here on the side of Dank, who is, while despite making an awful mess of the arena here, going for that jump attack, Misha is going to eat a little bit of damage. Is this the lock-in from the side of Dank is the big question, as we do see the trade come through. Dank is on death's door, and looking at that, the GL1 tries to go for the backstep into L1, but it does not work. Oof. Misha is going to move on into the next round. 3-0 sweep. Well done to both. I have never seen in a competitive environment someone go for that particular crystal tier. You actual god. You might have made history this day, Dank. You made history this day. The only worthwhile PSGS is PS Insane Gamer. Actually so based. Taking a look here at the build. Handy teching! There is handy tech in the house from the side of Dank. What a legend. Ladies and gents, an actual goat in terms of behavior. Okay. Ooh, there's no packet law. There's late packets, though. That's interesting. Alright. 1 second, chaps. Let me get all of my shenanigans fixed up here. We're going to go back to the... Alright. Let's go. It's going to be Briar 0, because we're just going to do a reset on that last round. There was some shenanigans. And then it's going to be Garant. Let's go. Up, 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 up. Let's go. Sorry about this, folks. I love admin so much. Let's go back in here then, as we are waiting for our contestants to get back in. So there's going to be Garant in red, Briar in blue. All right. And it is, the score is 1-0 already. There we go. We were just having some very slight connection issues, folks, so hopefully this should all be resolved. Alright, one more time just to take a quick peek at the builds. 52 decks on the side of Geraint. Briar is going to be on the 50 strength. Right, let's crack on with round 2 of this. And hopefully there'll be no shenanigans. Alright, ladies and gents, on a 3, 2, 1, let's crack on. Cool beans, as we are going to see the physics here from both of our players. The Raksasha here on the side of Geraint. Briar rocking on with that oh, yeah, that's pretty bad. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah. I don't know what to say, Briar. That's pretty rough, duder. Yeah. Yeah. Either way, that is going to be a round in the favor of Geraint regardless. True. You're going to reset to your corners. We have one last chance. Yeah, no worries. Problem. You hate to see it. Both sides upsetty spaghetti. It is going to be, that is going to be the round in the favor of Geraint regardless. So just reset in your corners while we wait. There is seemingly some shenanigans going on here. At least we figured it happened round 1, folks. That's the only thing I'll say. Alright, reset in your corners for what will be the final, what could be the final round here, assuming we fixed whatever issues there were. Ladies and gents, potentially match point in the favor of Geraint. One last attempt to see if the net will not destroy itself. Looking at this here, we do see the swap over. We do see the poison being procced here on the side of Briar. And it does seem as though we have a stable connection thus far. Although we do have Geraint recording as well. So standing L1 comes out. R1 aiming behind, another aim behind there. But the off axe is just at the ready into the Sword of Night. And looking at this here, we do see these resets into the long neutral. The one-handed Great Cat is in a spot of bother. Good patient roll out there comes out on the side of Briar, as we are going to see that poison not ticking down, as we do see the swap into that. The R1, L1 into the crouch R1. 70 HP on the board as a swap over to the two-handed bird comes out. We do see those walkaways come out now once more. That is going to be Briar pretty much on death's door. Geraint doing a decent job onto the HTS, tries to force that trade, but unfortunately it's not going to happen, and that is going to be Briar locking in, because if he loses one more, do we see the follow-up? We do not. We see a little bit of micro-skipping come through there, but a trade comes through. And let me just check in with both of our contestants. There we go. Alright, anime, PvP. Alright. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. There we go. 0. At M-Burn. At. Who's the other player here? Let me just check. It's going to be Zuzu. Well, y'all are up. And I did a speaking of anime. I did it. Alright, packet loss test memento. Yeah, I'm just checking how that last one was. Again, it sucks when you have to do this mid-bracket, but that is just the risk you take. Burn. Cool. versus Zuzu. Alright. Cool. Yeah, ideally don't be John. Let's be a little bit more chill with strangers on the internet, I think. Not least during a fucking tournament. Alright. Well. So it is going to be there, wrong way around. Just versus twitch.tv Zuzo. Very exciting stuff. Let's just take a quick peek at the builds. Alright, we do see the strength build here, the side of Embern rocking the Sham, the sheer audacity of this woman rocking the Sham sheer versus the Ent build on the side of Zuzu. You'll notice there's a slight difference in endurance here. Milady off stock, interesting. Cold, Great Cat, I think that's Great Cat. No, it's actually Milady and the magical S-stock. Interesting choice, not going both cold. Maybe not confident with the swaps. And running quite tight on the old endurance. But ladies and gentlemen, we have both of our players in and ready to go. Let's crack on. We have both players. Let's get this show on the road. Boom! Embern in blue. Zuzu in red. The bolt is out. The physics have been drunk. And the chilly mist is out here on the side of Zuzu, who goes for a running attack right off the bat, managing to catch Embern in a nasty bit of damage there. It is getting cold. Summer has gone as the trade rings through. Looking at both contestants here, we are going to see these stutter steps come out here from the side of Zuzu, trying to bait a mistake. As a running attack comes through, Zuzu takes some more damage over the top, but it's still going to be about a 500 health lead into that trade. The spinning of the slash comes through. We are going to see now this run here in neutral. Embern giving an awful lot of ground there to Zuzu, who is going to give Lep in and try and hit with that jump R1. We are going to see the frost wear off on Embern, but the fat roll. And we do see the reset to allow the change, which is very based on the side of Zuzu into that run R2. But Embern is still fat rolling here. It doesn't seem as though we're seeing the respectives. Embern says, nah, bro, I'm coming anyway. You can't stop me. It don't matter none as another run R2 comes through. Follow up. Tries to go for the trade there, but the sheer just comes in and gets the interrupt. Evening this one out. Slowly but surely. One little bit of damage at a time as the jump R2. Embern trying to get used to the spacing here, as that is going to be the tier now gone on the side of Zuzu, but the animations go burr. And that's going to be Embern rolling out 86 HP to about 600. Are we going to see a swap here from the side of Embern? We do not. And we do. And unfortunately, she is going to see a loading screen. Zuzu. I just realized something there, mate. What? Where's the stats gone? So, what was your starting class? Because apparently, you're marked as 125, but your calculated level is 120. What? What? Where? What's missing? Yeah, you're marked as a 120, my friend. Okay. This is something I never considered happening. So you have 6 Faith, 9 Arcane, 18 Dex, 16 Strength. So Dex, Strength, 12 Mind? What? Underleveled technically isn't against it. If someone is underleveled, but they have a build that is tinkered with by cheat engine. Ha. Ha. Hmm. Yeah. Sounds good. Alright. So, they have made my life a hell of a lot easier. So the stats were, the build should show up here. I think it's the faith stats that's fucked, perhaps. Yeah, but they've used CE in a way that the game wouldn't ordinarily allow. It's the faith? That's really fucking funny. It was an honest mistake? Are you still... No, you're fine. I'd never considered this actually being an issue. Yeah, the stat would be technically be... oh dear. Yeah, no problem. NP. So I'm going to count that as technically speaking using CE improperly. For future reference, clip this so that I remember. I swap character. Yeah, no, you're allowed to swap characters anyway, so it's all good. Rock Lee waits. Yeah, no, it's a funny one because it's like it's not actually to his advantage in any way, shape, or form, but it's technically against the rules. He himself conceded the point to Embern, so we're all good so far. But that's a funny interaction. I never actually considered that someone would do that. Actually, if the players in losers bracket don't mind, we can actually just reset that round. Because I've never considered this. If Embern is okay with it, it should be 120. That's fucking funny. That's very, very funny. I'll just reset that round. That's actually okay. That's something I'll have to consider for again. That's really fucking funny. Wait, what the flip? Why is he want to... No, you're fine, Zuzu. You've actually done me a massive favor. Because I never had to think about this before. So I'm going to make an executive decision. As technically speaking, I never considered it. And negate Zuzu's offer to reset the round. No, to give the point to Embern. And I'm going to say, not this time. So we're good. Now, the build should be fixed. So we're just going to do that as a reset. Hopefully no one minds. Because that's really funny. Bro. It says your level's wrong again. What? Hang on a second. Let me just double check. Hang on. Let me double check that. It says you're 121 this time. What? Oh my god. I have never seen this. No, it's a reset, of course. The match didn't even start. That's really fucking funny. You're rap as fuck. Oh no, you're fine. Zuzu, you're fine. Don't it's fine. It's all good. It's all Gucci and golden. There's no need to be like super apologetic or whatever. Yeah, it's just a really weird interaction. I've never seen that before. How about this one? You haven't joined World yet, so we're just... Anyone want to hell Barbonarix? No, CE is allowed, and technically speaking, the ruling is only for people. Okay, the build is good. Holy shit, we did it. We got there, guys. That's really funny. No, Zuzu, you've actually helped me a bunch. It's actually been amazing. We're going to crack on with this match and get it sorted, SK. I'll postpone the next match, though. This is fine. Oh yeah, and Rune Arc, of course. There we go. Don't forget the Rune Arc, Zuzu. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. Like, I'm trying to think of, would that even be a way to, like, I don't know, that's weird. That's very, very weird. Because I've never thought about that, someone, like, technically breaking a rule, but, like, also it not actually being an advantage. I'm content with the reset anyway. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I'm gonna go with it being an honest mistake here. But either way, we have both of our contestants in. Let's get this show on the road. And again, Zuzu, do not feel bad. Let's go. Boom. Boom! As we are going to see the physics. Poison Mist here on the side of Zuzu. Embern chilling here with the Star Fists. And again, we see the off-axe come through. Tries to go for the roll catch there. Into a run R1. Now, obviously on this rule set, katanas are going to be in a little bit of a weird spot. Boom. Goes forces back there once more. We are going to see both players reset here. Goes for a running R1. Falls back there once more into a standing R1. But there we have it. The disadvantage to the one-hand cat, ladies and gentlemen, is of course going to be the fact that it can be poised. However, we always have that risk of the axe in the main, in the offhand there, that can actually force Embern into a really nasty little bit of a schmix. But the initiation tool into the bleed proc, which I believe was rolled as an empty jump into a follow-up R1, comes through again. As we are going to see now both players chilling out. Goes for a running attack there once more. Standing L1 comes through. Goes for another one. Follow-up standing R1. We do see both players come out here. Standing R1s into the trade. And that is going to be in the favor of Embern. Feel da burn. I would ask Zuzu that you turn off your the seamless items, the bottomless jar. Oh no, you're okay. Yeah, just turn off the bottomless jar and the other thing. You can just turn them off. With spinning slash loud and people not using 121 poise, Kiva works. Yeah, that is true. May even be a bit toxic. It might be, but there's no poise. Or just a limit. I generally just go with it as a limit, Bevan. And technically people are allowed to change builds. So technically that side of it isn't a problem. Hilariously enough. Yeah. Alright, well that's one in the favor of Zuzu. Alright, let's crack on with this next round. So you do see the swaps over. Pogger. Alright. Both players are in. It is going to be Embern. No, it's Embern with one, not Zuzu. My apologies. There we go, Embern. I've had to move things around to make things convenient, and it has turned out to not be convenient. Now we know. Alright, both players are in. Ready to go. 3, 2, 1. No, I lost. Yeah, I just fixed it. It's all good. Alright. Bolt is out. Zuzu's a little bit distracted. No, we're okay. Yeah, I fixed it. Don't worry, Zuzu. Just reset your corner there, Embern. It's all good. Oh. Cursed tourney? Real? Tourney curse? Oopsies. Alright. I'm going to do it the old-fashioned with the old-fashioned reset on this one. So my apologies, Embern. IDK, what happened? Seamless bug. A little bit of the old RNG. Shit game. Honest to goodness. Real and true. Alright. So, woe be upon you, Michael Zaki's curse. The vengeance on seamless co-op. Yeah, it's a seamless bug. I should have the world open now. Alright, try and join again, both of you. I will just change passwords. You're allowed, but you're allowed to switch characters anyway. Yeah, exactly. Oh, there we go. Pogger. Cool beans. Let me make sure both players are right. Thankfully, we didn't actually need to restart world that time, which is very pro. As we are going to have our players in their respective corners, folks. And ladies and gents, on a 3, 2, 1. Allez. There we go. I just realized. There we go. My apologies. Dumb. Alright. Just use the regressive grease real quick. There we go. Yeah, we're all good. Alright. Alright. We're getting places, folks. Boom. Bolt is out. Physics are drunk. We do see the lightning out here on the side of Mburn. Of course, on fists, the DLC greases are restricted. Obviously, as the jumping R1 rings out, a standing R1 tries to go for the punish into a standing R1. And of course, very nice showing there as the R2s ring true, but Mburn has taken a lot of damages. We are going to see Zuzu go for those jumps over the top. L1, R1s are going to be the aim of the day as we do see these little stutter steps. Good patience here on the side of Zuzu. Does allow Mburn to bolus for free. Hasn't taken much damage. We are going to see these rollouts come through. The R2 chain is going to be used to its fullest. And that crouch R1 is actually a really nice move. It's just a nice little bit of keep out. As we do see the mash. Mburn bleeding for every little bit of damage she is going for. Just on fists. Fist weapon class as a whole. Alright, we are going to see these L1, R1. The follow-up R1 is going to be poised, though, by Mburn, as it does seem as though she slipped over to the bull goats to try and get that extra little bit. But look at that, evening the match out. That is the powerful showing here of both players. Empty jumps come through, standing L1s come through, R1, L1 from the side of Zuzu. Mburn is very, very low right now as a jump attack over the top. A trade comes through, and that is going to be Zuzu taking first round. Nice. Alright. There's going to be Zuzu on the scorecard once again. Cool. Iframes are too powerful. Could do something funny at some point. Probably do those April Fool's tourney. Now that would mean people are only allowed to roll. They're not allowed space. I think that would be a funny tourney. Are the maps being weird? A rolling only tourney? Alright, it seems to have sorted itself out. Score is 1-1, ladies and gents. Mburn in blue, the lady in blue. Zuzu, dangerously in red. Alright. And the bolt is out. And we are having the little drinkies happen here. Both players are going to physic. We do see empty jumps come through here. Going for that little bit of a poison mist. The miasma, the clouds, the already misty arena. As we are going to see these little attacks coming through here. Just a little something. We are going to see that running R1. Is going to be swatted aside, though, by the side of Zuzu, who actually takes an insane amount of damage there. We do see those follow-ups. Beautiful runouts there from the side of Zuzu. Confident spacing all the way through here. As we do see the bolusing come out here on the side of Mburn. We do see these running R1s come through. Looking at that there, we do see the R2s come through. Not able to get as much utility out of them as last time. You hate to see it. Empty jumps over the top. As the poison mist is out once more. Mburn caught smack dab in the middle of it. And I believe she is poisoned. She has been. As that health bar is very slowly going to tick down. We do see these running attacks. The L1s come through there just to swat Mburn aside as a running R1s into the follow-up. We do see that little bit of a trade very much in the favor of Embern here, but it is slowly but surely evening out as we do see that second part of the run R1 and Embern actually connected. Jump R2 is actually out of the top, but Embern gets away. Another trade. 744 HP to 1300, and slowly ticking down here on the side of Embern as it is evened out to about 400 HP here, and the difference, this is anyone's game right now. However, those Fist R2s will just cleave Zuzu's health bar in two, as we still have the tier involved once more, probably bringing it to, I would imagine it's actually about 1000 HP in the difference. There, 500 or 600 HP at the very least. We do see these empty jumps over the top. Embern's tier has now been procced 1100 to 340. Another run R1 comes through, but it is not going to connect. As right over the top goes Embern. More damage. More sorrow, more woe, as these jump R2s are going to be spaced out. The off-axe comes through. The follow-up swing has to be careful about those back swings there, because guess incorrectly and you get bopped. But the same applies for the jump R2s. Owie. Embern 2. Zuzu 1. A boop on the snoot, I do believe. So again, apologies for the delays with everything, folks. Just a little bit of problems happening in round 1. Looking at it here. The next match we will be moving on to after this. Oh, which I need to remark the scores here. Garant 3, Briar not. It's going to be A2. We're actually going to do Briar versus Dankblade, which is going to be a fun one for sure. Alright. Let's get this show on the road. What could be match point, or will we see the equalizer here from the side of Zuzu, who has elected to go for a little bit of a swap. Yeah, there it is going to be the Great Cat. Regular Great Cat has a hyper armor option in the form of the Wunderbar. Oh, that follow up comes through. Look at those R2s here on the side of Embern, as she's definitely rolling out these run attacks. Grey Cat's kind of curious. I find it an interesting setup, because if the other person plays mid-range, mid to long range, it can actually be quite difficult for it to actually land hits, because its initiation tools are quite slow and quite telegraphed. Even with good animation blending, it really has to force those rolls. So I'm going to be super curious. It's also kind of nerfed in this rule set because Flaming Strike has been gotten away with. I don't know if there's a viable reason why you would ever actually use the normal Great Cat in this rule set above Raksasha. Yeah, she's doing a great job of basically textbook how you deal with Great Cats. As another boop on the snoot sends Zuzu home. Zuzu, thank you so much. I'll see you in the losers bracket. And just, again, I just want to clarify, no need to apologize for anything like that. You've actually brought up a really, really good question. You had a wonderful fights there, brother. So, really, really good stuff. GG's. I know problems in that can definitely be tilting in the bracket. But yeah, you're all good, Duder. So don't worry about it. GG's, friend. Just want to make sure that you're loved and you're loved and appreciated. Good fight. Yeah, they were really, really nice. 8-2 voices. Yeah, it can be pretty sad, unfortunately, that stuff. It can be tilting as well. I want to be like, I'm usually not mad at people. Usually it's just a bit of a laugh. Again, there's nothing on the line here for this tournament, so I'm not too pushed. It is going to be it's going to be, let me get this next match. Briar versus Dankblade. There we go. Briar. Dankblade. Y'all are up to give a break. There we go. Let's go. All right. Well, again, apologies for some of the delays early on, folks. Kind of always unfortunate when there's like little weird issues like that. Oh. Yeah, should be kind of interesting here. Let me just get the round reset as we are on losers 1. It's going to be the first of the best of 3s. If I can find it. Oh. It's all good. I was delayed too. Listen, I stalled the entire tournament just for you. As we all know, the world revolves around you, Xenos. So I can understand your concern. Where the hell is it? Oh, it's not here. Okay. Neat. Briar. 0. V. Oh, that is not it. I'll tell you all the story in the YouTube section afterwards. After this. Voices dank. Dank memes. Alright, boys and girls. Let's get this show on the road. It is going to be a best of 3. Hearts always allowed. I know you're asking in jest, but for some people who might not know, yes, hard swapping and all of that shenanigans is legal in tourneys. Not necessary, but it's a very, very powerful skill to learn and very, very useful. But yes, let's get this show on the road, ladies and gents. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Yeah, it's a kind of a fundamental skill of these games to get swaps down. Tally swaps. Full armor after getting a parry. Swapping out your actual useful consumables. Ooh, my word. Look at that. Briar doing an excellent job here of getting some good pressure. Going back in there as we are going to see now. Forced back. Looking at these rolls. Into the BS. Oh, and the off axe comes through. That is going to be Briar fishing his way through that round with 1-0 right off the bat. Hard swapping isn't a glitch. I know, it's terrifying. Probably FromSoft has no idea it's going on. I do love Hall-Axe. I'm actually like Hall Dagger a little bit more personally, but that's just me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Why do PC players? I just have it. It depends on your poise restrictions. We are going to see once more Dank doing the unthinkable. Oof, nice goes for that roll in there. Briar trying to set up for some shenanigans. Jump R1 over the top. Into that trade, and look at that flame damage there. It's actually quite substantial. Into the spinning strikes. As we are going to see now both players go for that. Tries to go for a block, but the guard break doesn't full armor swap. He's going to be deducted points for that one. Is the side of Briar, who goes for the swap over onto the, I believe that's the Zamir? No, it's not Zamir. I can't remember which curved sword that is, as we do see a rollout come out there. The Mantis Blade, actually, into the Flame of the Red Mains here from the side of Dank, who is going to trade into the Giant's Hunt. Oof. Owie. And Briar flies through the first round of losers. Marvellous. 0. Neat. Alright. GG's. So it is going to be Briar taking that W. Very well done. Cancel. Score is 2. Keepers just aren't great, unfortunately. At the moment. They've gone out of vogue, unfortunately. 2-handed keep is probably fine. But yeah, I don't know. Lads, it's a best of 3. Darn. Both 3. It's so OP. Not when it's poisable. No one's pulled that out yet. People haven't really cooked with much of those setups. It's Jover. Alright, let me reset the player so it's going to be A2. Alright, on Fork, Zuzu. We'll see more players cook with it. Especially given that there were better options. Good Ashen, bad weapon. That's why ban. Okay. All right. So let's crack on there. It's A2. I never saved the thing. Plus. Now I never imagined I would see. Coming from Elden Ring. I have no idea what that means. Real. So the restriction one hand is at least as good as Spin / Kiba. Wacky plays another game that's pseudo combo now with that nerf. Yeah. What's up, Mythos? Everything can interrupt and start slow. It hits late. You can poise it. There's a bunch of options. I allowed it just to see what would happen, Azure. Just to see what would happen. You have to remember that people are generally trying to aim for optimization out their asses. Alright, A2, Ash, Zoo. Oh, cool. Neat. Catching up with Chad, it's not banned anymore. I didn't ban it on my rule set. I just allowed it just to see what would happen with the poise changes, to see if it made any difference. I have no idea what ERPVP decided. I leave them to their own devices. Sound. Cool. Right, we're just waiting for Zuzu to get back. Zuzu, is there mages? I don't know if there's going to be any. There's been no mages so far, Rock Throw. So I don't know. We might see one later. The rule set definitely allows for it, with the gravitational missile still allowed. It might be on the chopping block at some point, but it's fine for now. I have no issues with it, other than mages make me mauled out of my skull. Which I think is fair. Alright, we have Zuzu back in the house. The moment of truth, yes! The build is in fact real. And it's A2. Native VV. Awesome sauce. Let's take a look at the builds, ladies and gentlemen, now that there's no issues. It is going to be the 58 Vig from the side of A2 versus the 60. 17 endurance from A2 versus the 30. 17, love. What the fuck? And 70. Oh. Alright, Rocky. You got what. This is your fault. You brought it upon us. Alright. Oh my lord. Why is the free cam not working? Sweet baby Jesus! And the free cam has now stopped. Why is it not? Hang on a sec. Oh, I know why. Give me a moment, folks. I love issues. Players in session. It's going to be... Suzo is 1 and 3. Alright. I'll ask the players... There we go. Now we're good to go. Let's rock. Leave as soon as the match is over, just to eases up complications like this. So, all right. Oh, good God! And now they play with daggers. May God save their souls. Up, the pre-buff is up, but it doesn't really matter. We're at... Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my lord. A2 gone mad with power. Gone mad with power. The masher in her natural environment. The flame serpents out onto the codeds. Mage coded shenanigans. As we see now, the chilling here in this longer neutral, but does... Oh my lord. That, ladies and gentlemen, is one way to start a fight. As you do see those L1s, that is going to be the tier gone for Zuzu. A2 managing to... Uh-oh. Oh, that's huge. Oh, but the R2's come out 113 HP. Setting up that Flame Serpent. Another Flame Serpent is out. Do we see... Oh, no. The sling. Another sling. Luber sling. As we do see this very long, drawn-out spacing. A2 goes to the rollout, tries to set up for the Mesmer's Orb. But unfortunately, Zuzu is going to take that stock. Holy moly. What a way. That's only when you bear mode too hard. Okay? That's what happens. Azure. That pre-buff there, though, it's alright. Just make sure you don't pre-buff anymore, folks. Lubra. Alright. First turning will be a little bit more lenient, but just make sure that you don't pre-buff in future. Just a little bit lenient. If it happens again, though, there'll be words had. Alright. Ladies and gents, on a 3, 2, 1. Kaboom. Into the shenanigans. Oh my god, it actually hits. Oh my god, it actually interrupted! Mesmer's Flame Serpent is out, actually getting a hit there. Another Flame Serpent. Good rollout there, comes out. Oh, and the interrupt, though! Into the Flame Serpent's actually landing into a little bit of the Luber Sling. Uh-oh. The orbs are out into another sling. Good rollout there from the side of A2. Managing to land the full thing. Rolls out in the windup. Getting another sling. The standing R1 is probably not the play here. Good roll. No. Roll out. A2 getting that roll out. Force back now. Once again, we do see the bleed proc come through. A sling is through. Into the tibia. Oh my lord. Into a roll out there from the side of A2, but on fork in a close round. That is going to be all she wrote. GG's. The skeleton actually did fucking work there as well. Actually did fucking work. Yes, that is correct and right. But yeah, moving on into the next round. We're a little bit more lenient on first-time participants, so long as they're not ladder players. But yeah, it's kind of BG, just to be clear. I'd be more upset about that now than I would be the, whatchamacallit. GG's to both. Very funny. Very good show. Close match in the wind-up. And now, we're on to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 6. Someone needs to hand a catch flame of Beast Roar to the caster QT. Very true. Alright. That's all, folks. Always a pleasure having you in A2. Every time is a pleasure having you in, my dear. Alright. It is now going to be Blaze versus... There we go. Oh, you did an absolutely amazing job as ever, A2. Blaze versus M. Burn. go. Let's go. Let me just add the participants. All right. Okay, as I get all my admin shenanigans sorted. Blaze Starfist R2, this person. Alright, let me just add Embern real quick. Oh, there we are. Both players are in. And I need to reset my table thing to neat. Neat. Alright, go to soup. I think that's correct. Yes, versus Blaze. Blazing Saddles. Alright. Let's take a quick peek at the builds. 60 strength on the side of Embern. 62 strength on the side of Blaze. These damages are anything but similar. Right, let's go on a 3, 2, 1. Let's crack on. Kaboom, kabam, kaplowy. As we are going to see now both players chilling in center. Embern here playing a very slow match. As we see that reset there onto the Blessed Dew, just to get that little bit of regen back up. Probably should be switching back to red now, but very, very cautious against these fists. And I can't say I necessarily blame her. As we are going to see both players shuffling around here in this long neutral as the trade comes through. Looking at this here now once more. The trade was through. Embern not electing to change the tallies. The tally being even Steven. Good roll out there comes out on the side of Embern. Keeping up that little bit of pressure. Jump R2 comes out right over the top as a run R1 rings through into a kick from the side of Blaze. Looking at this here, we are going to see both players now go matching up there in neutral. A kick comes out once again. Trying to call out the potential mash as a spin slash comes out on the side of Embern. I mean, not quite able to get any little bit of damage. Kick into a spin slash might be really funny. Oh, and there's the kick now once more. Embern now is quite low. Looking at this now, there's very, very slow play coming on here from the side of both players. Good empty jump there from the side of Embern into a follow-up fist attack there from the side of Blaze as a backswing is going to connect, but Embern is very, very low as I realize I have to change some shenanigans. Boom, boom, hit him with that. Then hit him with that as both players now are looking very, very cautiously at each other from across the arena as those R2s are going to come through. But the follow-up R2, that kick is actually so sick. I actually love that tech. It's really, really interesting. Is it true? Is the combo true? Because I haven't checked. Is that actually a true combo, folks? I don't know off the top of my head. It seems to be. If it is, that's insane. Can I just point out how utterly insane it's true? Holy sheesh. I probably saw that last tourney, but I was very, very EP, so good to know. Good to know. What's a combo I wasn't watching? All the true combos, not become them. Alright, either way, in the favor of Blaze, taking that first stock. Neat. Kick into R2, which is obscene. Boom, let's get on. Fun fact, the end times was averted when Grimgor Ironhide kicked the Despoiler on the nuts, thus ending his reign of terror. Now, there's some fun little Warhammer trivia for you all. As we are going to see Embern now actually tanking that R2. Both sides are relatively even here. Actually in the favor. In the favor of Embern. But now sweeping away slowly but surely as the kick is going to ring true. As we see starting R1. It is not going to hit. Powerful. Looking at this here, the good old reliable running attacks come through. Fists, of course, insanely powerful on the fact that those are very funny, unreactable running R1s from the side of the fist user here. And Embern has to be very careful of her spacing, not only to have to deal with the R2, but also now having to worry about the hyper armor of the kick, which could be quite problematic, as we're probably going to see another kick come out here on the side of Blaze. But Embern making the mistake of going for that follow-up R1 as opposed to going for the tried and true shoot and scoot method of run R1 into runaway, then into the follow-up. Standing R1, block cancelling again, while also running away and then doing it all ogre once more. As that is going to be another trade and very much in the favour of Blaze, who is going to be blazing through Embern's health bar. I'm so funny. Once again, as Embern now has to reevaluate, swapping over onto the fist, but the kick is playing puck. She has to be careful. Has to be very, very cautious. Because one mistake here, a kick or a stray R2, is going to pretty much end her here, as Blaze has more or less set up for the tier skip pretty much perfectly, as both sides trying to reset here. Embern might actually be best trying to tank the first half of a run R1 to try and prop the tier, as we see, and then not having to worry necessarily about the tier skip or going for those tally swaps in those situations. But it has been hit. And we are going to see Embern trying desperately to reevaluate. And there's the kick into the R2. 29 HP. Oh, that is devilish right there. Holy sheesh. Blaze taking the next stock. Yeah, that's a really nice. That's a nice. And you are actually just a little bit off. There'd be one letter off. And for Blaze. But when will we see the return of Yennefer Blaze? And their fans, they just didn't know it. Real. But that is going to be Embern, not Blaze 2. On this, what could be the last stock. Is this the time for the reverse sweep on the side of Embern? Remains to be seen. As the bolt is out. Blase aims a little bit too high with the frost pot. It is cold. Summer's over, folks. But is it going to be enough? Because it was not that time. Not making the baseball team with throws like that, my friend. As we are going to see Embern swap over to those fists. Resetting, as we do see a running attack here. Both sides have to be careful of strafes. As strange a statement as that is to say. But look at those, the kicks. But the sheeps are out. Embern recognizing that it's not a great idea. Reconsidering a bad idea is always a good idea. Big brain ideas happening here, folks. As we are going to see now, both players chilling like villains, trying to get their unreactables to connect, but Embern getting greedy, eating a boop on the snoot with the R2. But again, those R2s are spooky, because there's a little bit of a mix game that can go on there. As we are going to see, looking at those strafes there, Embern getting spaced, trading with an R2 once more, as the trade rings true, but so too does another trade, as the sheeps are out in force, recognizing now, says Embern, oh dear, not going to land. As Embern is going to try and set up for some shenanigans. Will we see the swap over to the red feather here to try and end this as the jump comes out there? We do see that attempt to get the punish there. Embern running away. Oh, but there we go. The second R2 comes out. The kick is out. Not going to be punished, though, by Embern, who could try and set up for a whiff. Goes then for the kick and then punishes with the R2. Not to give anyone any ideas. Caster's curse and all that. As we do see these unreactables, but the kick rings out. Not able to do it. The R2. This is evened out in a heartbeat. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Blaze has been in an FOC, but didn't make it past round 1. And I'm pretty lenient, because my idea is I do so many of these that all 12 ladder players will eventually be filtered out which I think is a pretty good idea with how I have the prizing work here. As that trade comes through. Ouch. And yeah, I've seen Blaze grinding over the last while. No, I'm pretty lenient in terms of allowing kind of people who haven't made it past round 1, just because people have tried the scene and when it steals prio properly. Well, he's doing it after an awful lot of whiffs as well, which is it's actually wildly predictable, if I'm being completely honest with you. When he's going to go for them, you can kind of bait them out. I went out round 2, don't cut me down. Well, so long as you don't make it into top 4, it's generally the way I do it. Top 4. Make it into semis, you're kind of gone. Or top, yeah. There's ways of making it. We're losing another active player after this. It's over. It's over even. But yeah, Blaze takes that round. Blazing through the bracket as we speak. But yeah, I'm pretty lenient, Azure. Because again, like, ladder player will enter, do really well, and then they just can never enter again, so. Give you pause when looking for a punish, yeah. So I always think ended with the pun. You're welcome. I'll do it again. I will do it again. You can't stop me. As we are going to move on to now Garrett versus Misha. Let me just get all the setups. Cool. If Sasa participate? Well, if he keeps asking, I'll eventually just ban him. So it all kind of works out pretty well. Now this is going to be a bit of a rough match. This is going to be NA West versus Turkey. Oh me, oh my. Just at the players. And there we go. Oh, never mind. As I ping you, you both join in. Oh. What are we aiming at here? Taking pot shots at the audience. You hate to see it. Almost predicting where he needs to be. Very, very pro. Cam? Alright. Alright. Let's have a quick peek at the builds and make sure that the builds are actually correct. God, I don't know how the lads do this. Yeah, it's Garen Misha. Excellent. All is good. To his credit, Sasa stopped and then started harassing Jaker for the PlayStation 1 SK. It's really funny. But yeah, it does look as though it's going to be 60-60. The mind difference is going to be very relevant. Trust. 15 strength to 50. 62 dex to 10. Int. Faith. All that shenanigans is more or less even. Let's get this show on the road, and what a show I'm sure it is going to be. As we do see Misha, onto the HTS Sword Lance. Oh me, oh my. Versus the off-rack Sword of Night. Bargain bin. Tries to go for that trade. Standing R1s come through. None of them going to connect, as we are going to see the Sword of Night come through. Not able to get that roll catch. Both players relatively even, within a few HP of each other. Good negative space comes out there on the side of Misha, who's going to be shield poking. As we are going to see the empty jumps come through. Follow up R1 into the R2, but Misha actually gets that bit of pressure, and the weed cutter is out. And looking at this here, we are going to see the Sword of Night come through. Tries to go for that jump R1. Ooh, look at that block. This is actually really rough here on the side. Oh! Now both sides are going to have a pretty hard time hitting each other here, especially given that they're both more or less unreactable setups. And the lat is going to be, I believe the technical term is abysmal, as we are going to see those standing R1s, L1s come through. Oh, the trade ringing out there into another trade. Not necessarily in the favor of either of them all that much. Oof, and the trade comes through there. But looking at that, the bleed proc comes through. But both players now have their tier gone. Misha's going to be playing for those trades and playing off the absolute insane damage. As a rollout comes out there, Garant is on not tier skip range, but unfortunately the negative space is going to come through as the R2 rings out into a little bit of a trade. Misha's going to have to be careful of that bleed bar, I believe. Oh me, oh my, 7 HP and a dream. And looking at that there, the glintstone's craps ringing out. Toto would be in shambles, but Misha has been bled. As a run R1 comes through. Are we going to see a punish? We do see Misha run back! But the poison goes through. And that is going to be Garant taking the first stock. A toxic cloud descends over the community. And the poison comes in clutch. Yes, he did. And it actually won him the match. Yeah, but one hand lights don't bounce in vanilla. The large poo-poo. That might just get me back in the arena. Like I said, it works off. They do. It works off the hardness stat. That is an unfortunate name for a stat, I will say. Alright, ladies and gents. Players are in. Duly noted, A2, as we are going to see the physics drunk. Looking at this here, we do see the jump over the top there. I'm not sure if it's Opline. Alright. Good rollouts coming out there from the side of Misha. And the jump over the top tries to set up for some shenanigans, but unfortunately, it says no. Looking at that there, as we see a rollback come out there once more. As we are going to see now. As we see these little pokes coming out here. And out it comes there, the Sword of Night, Ash of War. There we go. We look at those standing R1s. Not quite able to connect. Misha's quite low. Both players are relatively even here. Good trades coming out for the side of both of them. The hyper armor makes it very difficult for me to tell, if I'm being completely honest with you. Misha's going to have to be careful of that bleed. Ooh, good setup there for the Sword of Night Ash. A little bit of a flurry, but the setup there, as we do see that follow back there. Misha doing a decent job as we see the bleed slowly but surely being built up little by little. Looking at it here, we do see 555 in the favor of Misha, who's not going to be falling for shenanigans. As we do see, the follow-up R1 comes out. Looking at that there. Oh, good block comes through. And the turtle poke is in business. Are we going to see a swap over to poison now is the question. Oh, the swap over to the Beast Claw. Into a loading screen. Evening this one out into a 1-1. Very nicely done. Very pogger. It can be on the Moor Shield. I think I've seen light weapons bounce before in vanilla. I'm fairly sure of it. It's specifically a whatchamacallit bug. Beast Claw with fingerprint is so goofy looking. They do. It's seamless as a thing. It's a very particular to seamless. Alright, either way. Boom. And there we go. And looking at here, the poop is out. But we are going to see some immediate pressure coming out here on the side of Garrett, who's going to be setting up for some sort of night shenanigans. And look at that, they're actually managing to connect it. But there's the trade into the mash, which is not going to be in the favor of Misha. Oh, the follow-up doesn't stagger, making both players relatively even now. And the bleed bolus has been consumed for free, as I'm going to have a little bit of a sip here. Delicious, as I'll try and keep myself afloat as a run R1 from Kilo. And the fists are out. And this is the opportunity now for Misha to swap over, I think, onto the two. There we go. The two-handed is now out, as Garrett doesn't want to drop another stock. It is a best of 5, so there's a long opportunity here. The R2 comes out, but it is going to whiff from Kilo, as we are going to see that crouch attack ring true. Thank God, says Garrett, that Miyazaki nerfed that one, as we see both players now chilling in this long neutral. Neither one necessarily wanting to commit. The life advantage in the favor of Garrett, but we might see some patient plays come out here on the side of Misha, who manages to hit from Kilo there. But the R2 into a follow-up R1. That mash is super risky. Misha is going to roll out there. Oh my lord. Oh me oh my. 100. Both players within 100 HP. But the bestial roar comes out and says, nah fam, this one is mine. And Garrett takes another stock, who is now on match point. So close. Holy moly. By a hair's breadth. Literally just literally by pixels. I can guarantee that that was a negative space. We need a feather script, brah. Seems that way, but alas, macros are in fact banned. You hate to see it. Garrett 2, Misha 1. Ladies and gents, both players now get into their respect. Oh, we do see some reconsiderations coming here on the side of Misha. More than fair, more than fair. What was their frame advantage? I don't think it's relevant on this latency, to be perfectly honest with you. To be honest. Alright, both players are now reset. Ready to go. Let's crack on with this match. The physics are drunk. And looking at it here, we do see the two-handed Blade of Night. Or Sword of Night managing to get through that shield. As it does it again. And Garrett is just going to keep spamming this until it works. And as we see, it most certainly does. As the shield pokes are out. NA's very own Pedro doing her damnedest trying to land these hits. As we are going to see now this swap over onto the two-handed Sword of Night. Recognizing that he can win now off of Poise Chip. Misha needs to stop going. Oh my god, the trades! Both players now without a tier. The life advantage now relatively close, as we do see an attempt to whiff punish there, as we're going to see now both players looking for any and all opportunities to get the last little chips of damage here, as we see now these little waggles from neutral. Tries to go for a punish, but it is not going to land as another shield poke rings true. Misha been very careful. Into another shield poke to follow up. Into another one. And she's poking, boys. She says, I am going to just stand there and say, nah fam. GG's. It's probably down to flags for the PvP scripts, I'd imagine, is actually the problem. Because they had to jury rig a whole bunch of things because matchmaking technically doesn't work. I don't know for sure, but if there's if the problem exists, that's probably why. Azure, if I'm being honest with you. 2. Alright. It's probably just down to flags. Because they could be marking down, the PvP is marking someone down as PV. They could be marking both people down as hostile PvEs or different teams which could be the way they do it. I have no idea. I'm spitballing. Both players are in. We see Garant hiding. Match point. Yes, indeed. This could go either way. Are we going to see the adaptation here from both of our players as the hop, skips, and jumps come through, but a jump attack over the top? And that's going to be Misha taking it immediately. Both players are poisoned at the swap over to fists. It's going to be pretty brutal here. Misha possibly caught unprepared as we see some little toggles here in the swap over to two-handed. But back comes the rack as the poison bolus is going to be consumed by both. And the rack, one more turn on the rack, folks, as we are going to see now the shield poke is out, trying to set up that punish. But unfortunately, Garant is gone, boy, gone into the next dimension. Misha at a slight, actually, life advantage. The life advantage has just immediately disappeared now, as we are going to see Misha possibly try and set up for those R2s, which might actually be the play here, as we see both players now wiggling around in neutral. The bestial roar comes out there just to try and get a little bit of chip. Oh, and the jump over the top there. The R2 comes out there to try and punish a little bit of counter pressure raining down on me, as we are going to see now the trade comes through, but unfortunately it's not going to poise break, but that next one will. Good rollout comes out there on the side of Misha. It is going to be neck and neck, but keep in mind with the fists on display. Oh dear. As we are going to see now both players. Good rollout comes out there on the side of Misha. And the trade! And that is going to be Misha moving on to the winners finals. G? Oh, the winners finals. The semi, they're down as the semi-finals. All right. Very good match, folks. Loved it lots. Sword Lance gets wild damage, especially on a trade, yeah. It's nice to see HTS be back in like the meta conversation, if only probably temporarily. I don't imagine that lasting forever. But it's nice. Again, I'm a big fan of seeing old setups make great returns. It's really obnoxious to play against. Don't be a pooper scooper. Technically speaking, everything it does is reactable. The other player has to play off of really good fucking reads and a bunch of other things. Yeah, seamless invasions are a reason enough to get invested in PC. They're really goofy. I love them to bits. So we're going to go Mburn versus Briar. Cool. HTS shield poking. Shield poking into the next dimension. So yeah, it's going to be Mburn versus Briar. Let me just make sure that all is good. A reminder to players to leave world and do all that shenanigans. So it is going to be Mburn in red, and we're just waiting for Briar to get in. Let me just at the chap. Nice. They've invented the mad scientists over at Seamless Land have cooked up invasions so you can invade people on Seamless Co-op. It's fucking hilarious. My funniest experience is having 3 people on horseback chase me down while a bunch of dogs chase me. It is hysterical. Absolutely hysterical. Literally do not care. Literally do not care if I win or lose them. In a series I like to call Random Invasions. Mars Brigade here. We're here in the Butterfly Forest. Just waiting for Briar. Yeah, Seamless is kind of neat. It's a bit of... You get both. You get people who are like vaguely prepared. An awful lot of the people I bump into are like doing like weird little fight clubs out in the world. It's really cute. And then you honor duel them all to death and then you bow and you think it's great. That's basically how it is. It's nice. Again, it's really nice. Where is Briar? Briar, a boy named Briar. He grew and grew up to be. Yes, he grew up to be in my world soon, I fucking hope. Briar, where are you? Bestie! Please stop scaring the players. Come on, let me do a Life of Brian reference at least once. Come on. I have to do at least one movie reference per tournament. Otherwise I fail. Where is he? Crouching Tiger, Hidden Swede. It's alright then. Alright, that's it, Ed. Throw me in there. I just beat this Godric guy. Oh, yo! Who did you finally get to play? No. What you do, Embern, okay, is you say, you've potential, but you will be filtered by me. Best Duel Arena IMO, it's beautiful, brings me back. Cost me a tier 3 sub to Jenin for a summon. Fascinating. Alright, folks. I'm scared, though. Do not be afraid. You got this. The only thing I dislike about it is the fog is kind of a bit obnoxious. But it's really cute. I love it. Alright. No sign of Briar. He's been a thorn in my side, one might say, for the last few minutes. We're actually going to move on to the Garant match. Garant versus Zuzu. Yep. Garant versus Zuzu. Remember, Zuzu, wait until whatever. Alright, Ash, Zuzu, Ash, and then it's gonna be Garant. Did I tag the wrong person? No, I did tag the wrong person. I'm really stupid. Oh no. Alright. Right, let me get my overlays and everything sorted. Garant is in blue, Zuzu in red. Nice. I would for a laugh, but either way, we have both of our players in. Let's crack on with this losers round 2. It's going to be a best of 3. Let's rock on. And we are going to see the poo-poo ring out. We do see the poison ring out, but the poison goes both ways as both of our players are cast into a miasma. Are we going to see the bolus? We do not. And the jump R2's over the top, but unfortunately greeted by the rack. And again, ladies and gentlemen, one more turn on the rack as we are going to see both players chilling out, looking for that follow-up there. But unfortunately, animations for days say you're going to take a little bit of damage, but it is looking like it's going to be in the favor of Garant, who is a fairly substantial life lead right now, as the animations keep going on for days. And how pretty they are, as we are going to see the poison bolus consumed. 1300 to 1100 HP. Setting up that poison mist there, trying to get a little hyper armor trade. Two-handed Milady, of course. Yes, indeed, a shitter of the Erd Tree. Good roll behind there from the side of Zuzu. But Garant is nowhere to be found. Legging it. As we are going to see the R2s ring out into a little bit of a trade. Ooh, and a follow-up R1 is going to clip Zuzu, whose tier has unfortunately disappeared, and pop goes the balloon. Both play a relatively close match, but is going to be in the favor of Garant. Nito Dorito. Chase the Dorito even. Alright. Alright. Both players are in. A 1-0 lead for the Turk. As the bolt is now out. The players are om-nom-nomming, glug-glug-glugging, as the poo-poo flies left and right. But looking at that there, oh, and the swap over onto the Allfax is actually kind of huge. But have to respect that as Garant is just waiting very patiently. 700 HP right off the bat, yeah, kind of nuts so. But look at those. The R2s going out for days, and I will say it's actually risky going for those R2s as the Allfax comes out. Tries to go for the jump R1. Has to be very careful though, because I don't know if the jump R2s one-handed can actually guarantee that it'll break the poise. I don't think it can guarantee the break. Either way, that's Zuzu taking a little bit of damage. Tries to set up for that Allfax, but unfortunately is being put into the one-man blender. But the blender can be reciprocated. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is all she wrote. Garant moves on into the next round. G's and a little bit of an honor bow coming out. My bad? No, you're fine. It's all good, duder. GG's to both. Allfrack needs a ban. Lol. I don't know what... Okay. Alright. I'm a level with y'all. The Allfracks that I've fought have been Dimka and Raincoat. Alright? Anytime I've lost against them, it is because I did a fuck up. So, I don't know. I've had really close matches with Dimka. I am on lunch break. Yo. Even without shield, well then you get into... Actually, if they're on rack, they don't really have fists, which is kind of an interesting turnaround. Okay. And let me have a look here. So let me mark the score. It is going to be Garant taking that win. GG's, Zuzu. Hope to see you in future tourneys. Good showing, sir. And now we're going to wait another few minutes. So I'm actually going to take a little bit of a break while we wait for these next matches to crack on. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes, everyone. Stretch your legs, do what you got to do. And I'll chat you all. And while I'm waiting, Nico _66. Thank you very much for the follow. Alright, chat you all in about 5. Hope you've all been enjoying the tourney so far. Looking forward to seeing you all afterwards. And yeah, enjoy Majula on loop for 14 hours. Bye. Alright, we have returned, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. It is going to be Briar versus Embern. And by the looks of things, Briar is going to be rocking that 50 strength versus the 60 strength of Embern. Looking like it's going to be Milady off-axe. Or no, it's Great Cat off-axe versus the fists in the shape of a star. Wish upon a star, and you wish you're not going to get an R2 to the face, which I think is interesting. But either way, we have both of our contestants in. Are they going to be out there ready? The answer is yes, yes they are. And they are rearing to go. And ladies and gents of the audience, gentle listeners, the bolt is out. The physics are drunk. And as we can see, we are going to see some chilling. Like villains, one might say. As someone would say, as we see a running attack ring true here. Briar doing a decent job there of just chilling just outside of range as a running attack to engage. But look at those R2s come out there from the side of Embern. And oh me, oh my, is that one going to hurt in the morning? As we are going to see both players looking for those opportunities to get in. Briar struggling to find a means of engaging, as Embern is just going to be zipping in and out of distance, trying to get the damage in that she needs to do. As that, look at that R2, absolutely brutal. Coming in from the side of Embern, he's going to go for these little stutter steps, but the halberd, the tried and true Banished Knight's halberd, definitely one of my favorites, is going to jump in and do a little bit of work. Embern, not quite having to just change her spacing just a smidge as the giant hunt comes out, but Embern says, nah fam, I was forged in the arena, I have seen this before. And that is going to be the tier gone for Briar. As looking at this now, another roll comes out now once more, as the spiky fists versus the spiky plant. It does seem as though the fists are taking the win in this one. Another run attack comes through. The off L1s, and look at these trades ringing out. Embern has a substantial life advantage by the looks of things. 1400 HP plus tier to and slowly ticking down. I forgot about the poison. Slowly but surely withering away. And that is going to be Embern taking the first stock. And now on match point. Desperate need of a bolus. Listen, you're doing all that running. There's too much cardio. You gotta get your calorie intake right. Otherwise you're just going to waste away. Nom nom on that bolus. And then you'll be good to go, I reckon, Pablos. So all you need, desperate need of a bolus. I'm starved, warped with the hunger for an bolus there, I think is the play. As we are now going to see both players resetting into their relative positions. Could you mind doing me a favor, Embern, and just doing the reset, the regressive grease, please? Yeah, thanking you, my dear. All right. Briar, blue. Embern, the lady in red. Kaboom, kabam, kaplowy. The bolt is out. The players are chilling out. Just, taking in the sights. Enjoying this misty afternoon. As that is going to be beautiful spacing here on the side of Embern. But she cannot get ahead of herself. But she most certainly can get ahead in terms of HP difference. With nice, tasty 300 HP in the lead. As we are going to see now the standing R1. Whiff, punish, almost restored. However, the counter pressure that comes out from the side of Briar is very, very good. As we see these empty jumps come through. Embern taking a little bit of damage. And I say a little bit, that is a metric shitload. As Embern is now on the verge of getting one shot. But we see the swaps come out here on the side of Emmy, who's going to roll out. Deciding that, you know what, rolling is probably the play here. As empty jumps, but unfortunately, she does eat that. Are we going to see the swap over to that red feather to try and even this one out? As we do see that roll back out now once more. Both players. Look at that, the run R2 into a trade. And the Whitnick talisman, the goat skin talisman, doing a phenomenal job there of getting Embern out of the danger zone, if you would, as the standing R1 comes out here. Looking at this, the stagger steps! And that's all she wrote. Match point, ladies and gentlemen. Briar 1. Embern 1. Oh me, oh my. Alright, cool beans. We have both players in. They're chilling. Vibing, even. Alright. Both players are ready to go. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Kaboom, kabam, kaplowy. As we are going to see now, both players chilling out. Look at these little stutter steps here from the side of Briar. Making sure he doesn't trip over something. It's very important, as Embern is going to be counter-pressured back. She lost a stock before, but she's going to have to think now. One more match to stay in this tourney. But if she keeps eating those run attacks, she's going to be in a, as we call it in the business, a spot of bother. A trade rings through. And a very, very slight life lead in the favour of Embern. That spear tally is out now once more. Looking at that, the CR1's come out there from the side of Embern. Looking to try and catch Briar in a strafe, I would imagine. The bleed grease is built up. And bleed is really, really nice on GCat. I actually think it's the way to rock it, honestly. Especially when you have to be aware of that the other person can make those spacing mistakes, try and space stuff out. But the swap back over to Lightning, Thunderbolt of Lightning, is very, very frightening me. As we see the off axe now out just to keep Embern nice and honest as the backswing rings true. The back swings for days, but the off axe there managing to connect another one. Embern caught perhaps in menus. This is a bad, bad old play as we do see the rollout come through. As we see that poison come out on the side of Embern there. And the stance is up. But Embern is getting clipped. But will she be shipped? She is running through that HP bar at a very, very frightening rate. 200 HP. The R2s are going to be it. He tries to set up for that R2 now once again. Jump over the top into a trade. A good roll out there comes out on the side of Embern. She's playing so cautiously, but she has to believe in the heart of the cards, as I think a swap over now into Red Feather is basically necessary as a beautiful rollout comes out. Is going to get Goomba stomped, but unfortunately is going to be able to space that out. Can she bring this one back? She's about 3 R2s away from a victory, but makes the mistake of trying to space. And a Briar will be a thorn in her side once again. GG's. Beautiful match there from both of them. Nicely, nicely done. Good fucking match. Good frickin' match. That is going to be Briar moving on to fight Garant. Nice. Always an absolute pleasure, Embern. Always a pleasure, my dear. 1-2. Are parries allowed in Endercord? Yeah, and I don't see myself banning them anytime soon. Oh, GG's to you, Embern. You played magnificently, my dear. Well done. Alright. A match I'm sure is hell excited for. It's going to be Blaze versus Misha. Now, how do I properly B-L-A-I Z-E, not S-E? I'm so silly. Why am I so silly, chat? Why am I such a silly goober? It's been a while since we've had a good Enda typo, though. No more dark soaps or donuts. Dark soups. Misha. Looking very, very scary. Isn't it losers next? You know, it probably should be, by rights. But, we ball. So this is going to be the first of the best of sevens. We are on the semis. I do need to now get rid of that. Okay. Alright, just communicating with the players. So we're going to do these next 2 matches and then take a brief break because the players are going to have quite a spree of matches ahead of them. So semi and hardness pog stream, hell, you better believe it. Alright, both players are in. Let's take a quick peek at the builds. Oh me oh my. It is going to be Misha on this particular funny one. The 50 strength, 10 dex, 11 arcane, 60 vig. Blaze on the 62 strength, 10 dex, and the Fists of Fury are out. Alright, boys and girls, for the first round of the bracket, let's crack on. Boom, kabam, kaplowy, even, I dare say. So you're going to see Misha rocking that 2-handed sword lance there, which I think is a very, very good idea, as we are going to see these rollouts come through. Beautiful trade there, but look at that, the R2s just going to absolute town. Looking at this here Blaze now, blazing a path forward, and looking at this here, Misha forced back. They have to be careful against those fists, and again, any block cancels could be called out by either a kick or the R2s. And that's going to be very, very not pog, I believe is the technical term. Because one mess up here from the side of Misha, and she has to stop mashing into that. Again, poison restricted, so that HTS does not have that follow-up. Whereas the fists have an awful lot of means of pressuring. Only reason you go for that follow-up is if you're safe and they've decided to roll away and you think you can get the backswing. As the Blink Bolt, which isn't the first time she's used it, but it does definitely catch me off guard, as we are going to see these rollaways coming out here from the side of Misha, who's doing an excellent job here of playing it safe. And the R2 is going to be interrupted, though, by the R2s from the side of Blaze. And the Fists of Fury take the W. The aggression here from the side of Blaze. Absolutely terrifying. No bull goat moment. I'm not sure if the bull goat would make any difference there. Doesn't the R2s and fists can tank the R2? If you're high enough poise, perhaps. I'll have to... Let me just bring up the poise spreadsheet real quick. You actually bring up a very compelling argument. I'll do it within the next... remind me in the next little break, and I'll check it out. I do have it open now. Alright, both players are in. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1. The bolt is incoming. The bolt is now out. The players having a wonderful little time having their drinks as the jumps over the top there from the side of Misha. And looking at this here, we do see the follow-up R1s. A little bit of mashing coming out here from the side of Misha. I was going to say I don't think so, unless there's some weird breakpoint. As we look here, we do see those little runarounds there in neutral, as we are going to see that run R1. Misha going for those trades there. Definitely not... I believe she actually wins them by a hair's breadth, as we see that swap over to the spear tally from Misha. Trying to leverage that high damage. Positionally, I'm not sure what really she can do. As we do see the jump over the top there. Sets up for the R2 into the follow-up. But looking at that, the fists just go to absolute town. The grubby little mitts have been sunken in. And now Misha is very much on the back foot. That health lead that she was working so hard trying to set up for those R2s is not going to count for naught. You see that follow-up? Was there a little bit of chip there? I believe there was an itsy bitsy bit. And we do see the HTS tracking moment come in clutch. And looking at this here, we do see the follow-up run R1 chipping Misha down ever so slowly and ever so surely as we do see these empty jumps come through. And that's going to be the EP into a loading screen. Dreams for days. Blaze taking another stock. Alright, I said I was going to actually look it up. Fists. Alright, there we go. So it's going to be jumping R2, two-hand R2. So it is going to be 132 poise on both fists. So unless you get a half hit, I think it matters. Two-hand to run R2. No, that's run R2. Where's standing R2? Two-hand R2. One is 165 actually. 165, yeah. Never mind. Yes, days at home. Alright, boys and girls, enough dilly-dallying. Looking at... Alright. And the chugs are being drank. I do see those running attacks come through. And an empty jump to follow up. Just to keep everyone nice and honest as a follow-up comes through. Misha has been punished more frequently than not by those follow-up R1s. Which she has to be very, very careful. As we do see the R2 come out there, but it is not going to land. As we see the lightning come through on the side of both players. Misha, of course, having access to the DLC greases. Starfist being restricted to not allowing the DLC greases. Look at that, the backswing there is not going to break, which is just, I believe in that we call him the business tragical gamer. As we are going to see those empty jumps, and Misha just eats a run R1 to the face. Unfork bestie, probably going to need... Oh, the sham shield is out! I'm sure Azure is going to be over the moon, but the swap over to Lance here. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, the Stormcaller comes through into a standing R1. The Lance is out, ladies and gents. And it does seem as though we're going to see some attempts to trade. This could be an act of desperation. A Hail Mary hoping to get a knowledge check here as the follow-up R1 once more. Playing it very similarly to the way that they were playing HTS, but look at there, the kick is out. Are we going to see a crouch? Let's swap over to the crouch pokes here. Possibly. Oh, me oh my. The Stormcaller is out once more just to try and get that little bit of leeway, but it does seem to be working here on the side of Misha as the CR1 comes through. Two-handing the Lance might actually be a pretty goated option, but looking at that, the trades ringing out into a follow-up. It is going to hit Misha on 200 HP, but Fist's going to do what Fist's going to do, and they're going to break guards very, very well. With both the kick and those R2s doing insane stam damage, it's going to be pretty rough. Match point now in the favor of Blaze. Taking turns, how very polite. Very, very polite of both of our contestants here. Stormcaller is underused against Fist. It's a nice tech, actually. I think two-handing the Lance maybe might be a play, but I'm not sure. Alright, well, we have both of our contestants in. Match point in the favour of Blaze. Misha has quite a hill to climb, but stranger things have happened in these end-of-cord brackets. Need I remind you of Slans getting reverse swept by Saucy last FOC. Upsets and unusual things with reverse sweeps are always possible. So we are going to see now both players now looking for an opportunity to get some damage in. Looking at that, the trade, but Misha's stuck in a spot of bother, and it does seem as though she was out of stamina after that last engagement, so it does seem as though the old-fashioned shoot and scoot tactic is going to have to be the play, as we see the swap over to the Stormcaller, and that Hyper Armor does an excellent job of saying, "Now, Sa, would you kindly move away, distance yourself, Svein," as we do see the bait there with the shield poke, which was actually kind of clever there from the side of Misha, as Blaze is doing a phenomenal job here of just staying outside of distance, trying to set up for some shenanigans. But there we go, the Star Fists doing what Star Fists do, and those R2s are absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal here, as we are going to see now that nice little bit of extra poise, well, I was going to say poise damage, stam damage, playing absolute puck. But Misha is not out of it yet, as we are going to see that runaway there once more. Blaze very much wanting to get a win here on his first Endocord beginner's bracket. I know he's been in tourneys in the past, but looking at that there, Blaze trying to bait a response. Looking at that, Misha going for a run R1, not quite able to connect, as we do see that shield poke, and as I say, the old shoot and scoot playing puck here with the side of Blaze, who is looking, he's staying at that long distance, being very careful with those engagements, but that whiff is going to be pretty brutal. Tries to go for the follow-up, but standing R1 is going to get interrupted by the fist, and that is going to be Misha in what we call here in the business a spot of bother. I can't hit chimp no matter what I do. Happens to the best of us. Alright, cool beans. Very nicely done. Obviously, Blaze rocking fists this tourney is going to be huge. And Voices, who is going to be fighting here once more. There's going to be Garrett versus Briar. Cool beans. Neato. So we are now back on to the last of the best of threes. And we will take a very quick break after this, just to allow our contestants. Briar will have quite a marathon ahead of him, as we are on Losers 3, which should say Losers 3. I hope it does. Neat. Alright. And I've heard from a first-person account that Space Marine is looking very good. Waiting for the first to switch, get him slosh first, and you can win ease. Tech, honestly. Tech, honestly. How are you keeping, Darcy? Bennings, tourney winner. Cannot wait to play it. I'm going to wait. Again, I'm doing my best to avoid pre-ordering. That would be... Whew. I played the first one so much. Did you ever play with the... Did you ever mess around with the multiplayer, Dank? That multiplayer in the first one was so freaking goofy. I loved it to bits. So funny. Alright. Alright, let's get Briar in the house. And we're flying through this, ladies and gentlemen. I did a fair amount. I was only a wee lad at the time. I'm just waiting for Briar to get... Ah, there we are. The thorn on everyone's side once more. And looking at it here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on into this, what looks to be an absolutely cracker of a match. Garant is rocking the endurance, 35, 60 vigor, Looking at the dexterity there, it's only a meager 24 and the 50 strength. And this one here, we're looking at Briar, 60 Vig, 42 End, 52 dexterity, a little bit of 15 strength. Alright, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, for an exciting match, let's get this show on the road for Losers 3. It is going to be a best of 3. A rematch from the first round with Briar getting knocked down into Losers early on due to connection issues. But all of that is no more. And we're seeing a very, very careful game here in this long neutral. Without Flaming Strike, I'm not actually sure how this one pans out. On the side of the regular G-Cap, but that bleed build-up is going to be rather spooky, as I believe that was a trade into... Oh my lord. Sword of Night going absolutely ham here, as you do see a running attack come out there on the side of Briar. It is going to whiff from Kilo, but the swap over onto the Bird, my beloved, as we are going to see yet another roll come through here. Some little skips coming out here in neutral, but we'll be keeping an eye as the off axe comes through to try and catch his opponent off guard. Looking at this, Garant is setting up for that spin slash. Kiba, and you asked for it, and it shall appear. Very nicely done. Garant taking the first stock. Very, very nicely done indeed, as we are going to see these little empty jumps come up over the top, and both of the players coming in. I was curious actually getting rid of it to see how it would pan out, but it actually panned out very, very nicely. Alright, well, either way, we have both players in. Colors are working. Are we the correct sides? They are the wrong side. Oh me, oh my. You hate to see it. There we go. Now it's fixed. Alright. And looking at that there, the bolt is going to be out. Briar there narrowly dodging that terrible... Ooh, jeez Louise. Okay, well, Garant's going to have to play this one pretty carefully. Going for that run out to crouch R1, going for a follow-up crouch R1. Briar is very, very low as the standing R1 comes up to follow up, trying to get that extra little bit of damage. Briar goes for a running attack there, but the follow-up on the rack into an R1, L1, into the Sword of Night, into a loading screen. And that is going to be that, ladies and gents. And now, looking at this here, it is going to be Garant moving on in a very resounding push forward, who is going to fight Misha. Blaze had 4, Misha had not. Alright, folks. Rack needs a buff, real and true. So, ladies and gents, we are going to take a very quick break. A very, very quick break here. Just to give our players an opportunity just to catch themselves, because this could be an absolute marathon for whoever wins it. We are now moving on to the bronze match, which is going to be a best of 7, which I'm actually going to change now, so I don't have to tag back in and forget later. Bronze match, and it is going to be a best of 7. Yes, there we go. So, collect yourselves, get a drinky ready, get the popcorn. It's looking like it's going to be an absolutely phenomenal last few sets of the tourney. Garant versus Misha. I will talk to you all in about 5 minutes, less, hopefully. And we'll be ready to crack on. So, talk to you all then. Toodle pips. All right. Welcome to the bronze match. It is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, a best of 7. So first to 4, as we have both of our contestants in and rearing to go. So let me just have a quick peek. It's going to be Geraint on the left, which they are backwards. So we better do something about that. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked for this one. This is looking like it's going to be one hell of a fight. All right, then. Top players are good at crushing low health fights. Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, yeah, of course. You go for the swap over onto Red Feather Fists, and it's just whew, nasty. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a look at the builds. As we see here, it is going to be on the side of Geraint, 60 Vigor to the 60 of... No, not Briar. Let's change that there. Misha. There we go. That's what I get for using the restroom. So on the side of Geraint, it's going to be 60 Vig to the 60 of Misha. 42 end to the 49 end of Misha. Strength 15 to the 50. And the 52 to the 10. Oh me, oh my. And a little bit of extra arcane there on the side of Misha as well. So that's kind of an interesting one. As we'll just reset the old scores there. Neat. Let's crack on, which is what's looking to be a very promising match. Let us go, ladies and gents. In a 3, in a 2, and a 1. Allez. And there we have it. We are going to see the HTS here on the side of Misha, as the poison pot is going to ring out as a run R1 comes out. It is going to whiff, but that swap over onto the fists here to deal with that pesky, as the follow-up, and a little bit of the owl sleep is going to come through. But there we have it. The fists are out. Fists of Fury again to deal with that shield to force the swap. And it is going to be a life advantage on the side of Misha as a trade rings true. Misha learning her lesson, playing a little bit more reserved, not going for those second R1s because people are just mashing into it, and actually winning through, as we are going to see the sleep pots go through as well. The R2 is going to whiff, but it's not going to be punished here from the side of Geraint. As we see that empty jump there in the corner, Misha narrowly managing to jump over those run R1s. The course unreactable, goes for the follow-up, it's not going to land. Geraint here going for that little bit of a shout, a scream and a shout, all about nothing. As we are going to see Misha get clipped there for just a little bit of extra damage. Both players more or less neck and neck here, ladies and gents, as an empty jump rings true. Another jump, tries to go for the follow-up there just to try and punish the bit of aggression. Roll out before any other shenanigans happens into a follow-up R1. Geraint is very, very low as a jump R1 comes through. Sets up for the R2, but unfortunately it's not going to land. Trying to play off of that true combo, but it's just not working out for her as Misha is forced back. Good jump in there to try and aggress there on the side of Geraint. Good turnaways there to try and change the angles of these attacks just a small bit, maybe to try and catch him off guard. He is going to go for that run attack though, and the blink bolt rings out, and that is, I believe, going to be the tier gone for Geraint, who is going to have to play this very, very careful. There we go, jump over the top there once more. We do see that standing R1. The runs are going to whiff left and right. Sets up for that R2, but too close now is the side of Geraint. Tier is gone. Misha's tier dangerously close, and look at that, sets up for the backstab. Jump over the top of the tracking on HTS. Lets it down again as a trade comes through. As another trade comes through. Misha here with the life advantage, setting up for that turtle poke, trying to make sure that Geraint is not going to be in a position to actually get a punish off. Force that trade, and the bear claws are out. Her plans laid bare as a swap over onto the Kiba is going to connect around the shield there. Is going to get a little bit of extra damage, but that shield is there for just such a reason. Geraint is on 60 HP. Tries to get that catch, and the shield is up once again as we see these rollbacks here. That bleed bar is probably not looking so healthy, as we are going to see now Misha playing this super carefully as we see the LGS swap from Geraint, landing him for that first stock. Oh me, oh my. Very, Very nicely done there, I must say, ladies and gentlemen. The LGS swap there is who does that move is definitely really, really nice. And it got around the shield just perfectly because the tracking just about managed to force it to behind her, I believe. And that was actually pretty good swap, all things considered. But either way, both of our contestants, we do see Misha collecting her runes. Very important. And we have both players in. And ladies and gents, on a 3, and a 2, and a 1, allez. Bolt is out. Physics have been drunk. And we are going to see the Starfist once more on the side of Garant. And look at this, these empty jumps coming up, mixing it up as once again a jump comes through. Trade very much in the favor of Misha by about 80 HP in the difference, I believe, compared to starting. As Garant immediately swaps back over onto that Blessed Dew to try and just get that, even out that difference. And again, it's only, what is it, 1 or 2 a tick? Yeah, it's 2 a tick. And there's a tick roughly every second. But look, Misha has just taken a fist to the face. The haymaker there from the side of Garant, who is going to be looking for an opportunity to get some bigger damage in. Look at that, the sleep pot is out. Another sleep pot is out. Trying to force an engagement here from the side of Misha. Again, one mistake. We see that roll out there as well. He's kind of trying to get the spacing right, wait for Misha to make a mistake, as we do see that jump R1 come through. We do see another one there from the side of Misha, going for a press more or less every time, but Garant ready to call her out whenever he's just that bit far away to try and just get a little bit more damage with those unreactable run R1s, which are of course absolutely brutal, as the R2 is going to whiff, but not to be punished here from the side of Misha, who recognizes that if she goes for the backswing, Garant is ready there with another R2, and there the rolls come out now once more. We do see Misha fall back just a smidge, and look at that, the aggression, the block cancel there comes out now once more to get that. Misha is now no longer in the lead. Garant actually capitalizing quite heavily on the fact that, well, let's be honest here, the fists do a lot of damage, and that follow-up there is not going to connect. Good rollouts there from the side of Misha. A late jump, but it's not going to count for much, as the Grey Cat is now out, and it means business is now the Turtle Poke is there and ready. But this, I believe that was that the poke that actually got broken there? I'm not entirely sure. There's a Goomba Stomp over the top there, and the LGS is back out now once again, and the turnaways, and that is going to be the tier gone now for Misha. Into the guard break, into the Misery Chord. Riposte. But is it going to matter? As the Poison Mist is out now, recognizing that she has to play a very slow game here. The back onto that LGS goes for the Turtle Poke. It's not going to connect, as we are going to see now. That's setting up the shield, ready to block whatever comes in. Get that reaction trade in. And there we go. We are going to see that standing R1 come through. Garant is here for business. Where'd that riposte damage go? I have no idea why that didn't do as much. It might have been a late riposte. That's the only thing that I can think of. Miyazaki ate it. It's because it's a latency interaction. Oh, but it's not going to matter. Oof. That is going to be Garant taking another stock. Yeah, late riposte, I'd imagine. As well as that, with the lap between them, it's going to look a little bit funky. Riposting into iframes, memento, I think. Alright. Both players are in. The score is 2-0 in the favor of Garant. And we are going to see the pots are out, trying to get that poison build up nice and early, and so it does, but he is nowhere near a position to actually get the riposte, as Misha is going to go for that jump R1. It is going to whiff from 15 miles away. Again, Misha taking some nasty damage there off of that LGS, which seems to be working very, very well for Garant as the Impaling Thrust comes through, which is an interesting choice. It will do extra damage through the shield. However, Landing it is a very different story, as we do see the first little bit of damage into that follow-up R1, which does an absolutely exceptional job of just nuking that health bar, as we are going to see that swap over to the turtle poke, try and push him into the corner, into a trade there, getting a bit of damage, but I think it was actually Misha who came out the better of that exchange. Good roll out there from the side of Garant, who recognizes that he has priority there, going for that nice jump R2, just to really catch Misha off of her A game. Garant has, of course, fallen quite far behind, as we are going to see a run attack come through. Good rollouts there from the side of Misha. Do you see the poison bolus is not going to be punished there once more, as we are going to see Garant taking a fair amount of damage off of that jump R1. 500 HP. I don't think there's a tier skip option unless he gets riposted, backstabbed, or some other shenanigans, which I find very, very unlikely, or a very, very nasty trade, which we might actually see the red feather come out here. Into a follow-up. Didn't hit, curiously enough. So we are going to see Garant there going for those run R2s. We do see the jumps following up over the top. Looking at that, the R2s, the run R2s. Into a trade once more. 100 HP. We do see the swap back over onto the shield. Oh my lord, 90 HP, and I believe a dream into a turtle poke. And that is going to be all she wrote for that round. Misha takes the stock. 1-2. And still in the favour of Garant. Alright, these are turning out to be cracker matches, folks. Pokey pokey. Yeah, it's kind of a curiosity. I'm never sure with these things, right? Because, like, the turtle poke on paper should be doing pretty okay into this, but with the latency and having to be very, very careful about spacing, assuming it exists, both of them are playing super risky when it comes to it. It's very, very interesting. All right, ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, allez. And there we have it. We are going to see the drinkies. The rot pot is out. That is going to be huge. Little bit of extra damage then from the side of Misha's. Another poison pot rings true. Possibly trying to even this one out, as we do see the boluses coming through. Back onto the beast claws now is going to be Misha, which is very nice. I believe is the going to be a nice idea, as we do see that the run attacks ring true. Very much is going to be in the favor of Garant. Misha been forced back, as we do see on the bear claws there, setting up for that hyper armor trade, which is just nasty. That tries to go for the rolling R1, and there we have it. The hyper armor's out once again. Goes for the whole thing. That hyper armor's absolutely nasty, as we are going to see Misha now with the fairly oh, what has happened? Uh-oh. Did he do a silly? He used the regressive grease. Technically, that's a point for Misha. Oh me, oh my. Point for Misha it is. 2-0. Yep. You hate to see it. Unfork bestie. Let me just let the players know that that's how we're doing it. Wrong beginner's tourney. There we go. Point for Misha. Alright. Back ready. Accidental heal. Yup. And that's how it rolls. Ladies and gents. 2-2. And on a 3. On a 2. On a 1. The bolt is on its way. It is out. And that's going to be the rot pot out. But the EP pot in riposte. You hate to see it, as that is gonna be the swap back over now, as we do see these empty jumps. Must have, yeah, but the sounds of things are... Oh my god, the Stormcaller comes out! Misha doing an excellent job, goes for the follow-up R1. We're gonna see yet another follow-up R1 into another one, but unfortunately neither of them are going to land, and that is going to be the reset here on the favour of Garant, but his life advantage is definitely pretty huge, as the jump R1 comes over the top. Tries to set up for that Stormcaller. They did it again. Did he? But his health bar didn't go up. Did it? Did I miss it? Huh. He did something again. I think that was a consumable item. Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, anyway. We do see the Stormcaller out once again. And unfortunately, Garant is going to walk directly into it. As we are going to see. Oh. The nom nom. And looking at that, they're running R1's ring true. As we are going to see a trade come through. That is going to be Garant in a spot of bother. And then we do see the rollout there. Horrifying as we do see the EP pot come through there. Misha doing a decent job there, keeping up that counter pressure. Tries to go for a trade. It is not going to work as we do see that attempt to punish that. We do see an extra little bit of damage. And looking at this here, we are going to see the explosions come through. Looking at that there, we are going to see the jump over the top now, getting extra stam damage. But he's laying up the pressure a lot here. But Misha's taking an awful lot of stam damage. As we see here, that swap back over, tries to go for the R2 just to break that shield. But Stormcaller rings out. We are going to see the sleep grease once more. Oh dear. As we do see another sleep pot. Misha forced back again. That Armor of Solitude going to come in clutch. As we do see those rollouts there. We are going to see that there. The trade comes through. Misha has a health advantage and she is going to use it. But Garant could very easily go for an R2. As we do see the turtle poke. One more out again. And that's going to be... Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, Scoob. Like, zoinks. That is going to be Garant on 3. Misha on 2. Clutch kick. It was huge. And he got the riposte. Toggle onto that dagger. As this is now it could be the last round unless Misha forces a match point. Ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2 and a 1, and yeah, Nico, that kick there was absolutely insane. As we are going to see now both players going for their respective buffs. The rot is on as we do see just that immediate aggression, but the sleeps comes through into the R2. Garant here looking for an opportunity to get the ballast, but that rot pot came in clutch here as well. And looking at that, the R2s, Misha content just to sit back and look at those R2s coming out here. Absolutely clobbering on that shield, and that's going to be the break into the riposte. And there's the sleep pot now once more, just to try and continue getting that build up, which is going to be absolutely huge here as another pot comes through. And now looking at this now, the poison ballast is now consumed. Explosion of rot is also coming through as the dagger. Oh, and the bestial roar actually gets that interrupt there as well. As we are going to see Misha try and force this back. We do see the Stormcaller, but I think Garant is expecting it and setting up for that beautiful, wonderful little thing called an R2 punish on those sleeps, which is really, really what he wants. And we're seeing this here, definitely going for those rollouts there. The backstab grab is going to be pretty huge there as the R2 rings out. As another R2 rings out, goes for a standing R1 just to try and punish the mash. But Misha is long gone silver, as we are going to see that attempt now to punish the bestial roar. It's not going to be easy, as we are going to see Misha continuing to get her stam chipped down. But Garant is also taking an awful lot of damage from these exchanges, even if it is in the favour of him still. As we are going to see the screams of defiance coming out in the... Oh my god, the rot is so dangerous here as we do see her running R1. Are we going to see the ballast? We do, but unfortunately, we do get a little bit more damage! And that is going to be Garant moving on into the next round as we see an attempt to throw the pot into the camera. Very nicely done. That was going to be now Garant versus Blaze. Misha, congratulations on getting as far as you did. You played impeccably all the way through. On a very interesting... It's very rare to see camera pot goated. Understandable. Control S. Tours. Alright. 100 points when you're at end. I don't even know where I am in relation to this map, if I'm being honest. I think I'm underneath the arena. That's where I think I am, but I could be wrong. Or I could be floating in between the players at all times. But yeah, it is going to be Blaze now versus... Here we go. Close the poi spreadsheet. Very powerful. Misha 2. Garant 4. Neat. Blaze versus Garant. You shit-potted all of us. Blessing. Truly, the blessings. Now, both of these players from the last time I've seen them have improved immensely, which is really, really nice to see. Alright, let me turn on my light. It's actually quite dark. Alright, Blaze. We'll give Garant just a moment to collect himself after that quite stressful match. Oh, me oh my. Not reliably and most certainly not on that lot. But yeah, folks, if you are interested in joining the here, let's have a little bit of a heart to heart, folks. We played on 200 ping, you ain't straight from that. It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be very rough. Folks, if you are interested in joining these beginners brackets or the try hard throwdowns, do consider joining the Discord. If you want to be in the beginners tournaments, go to the, I believe it's at, I've called it Initiate role request, and just ping me there. Tell me your region, and I'd be more than happy to let you in. We are, of course, starting our PlayStation beginners brackets as well, starting on Sunday, thanks to the wonderful, the amazing, the heartbreaker himself. Many as a man's heart is broken. The heartbreaker Jaker. So do check that out, folks, if you are interested in that. No plans for Xbox as of right now. We may look at it in future, or the wonderful people over at the box, of course. We can, I can send you all a link to that if you're interested in that. For you ex-boxers. Or current boxers, I don't know. Do that. Same rule set for PSN. No, it's probably going to be some fork off of the end of set. Here, if people are on Xbox and looking for a place to hang, there you go. That's for the Xbox Discord. So... let's get this show on the road, because we're on a best of 9, ladies and gents. Best of 9. The bronze match is Jover. It is going to be the grand finals with a bracket reset, a best of 9, and then in the case of a bracket reset, it is of course going to be an amazing, powerful. I'm currently banned for 2 months. Given how you've been in chat, I'm not shocked. But yeah, either way, folks, get in here. Get into your spots, your respective positions. Let me just double check that the players are who they say they are. Or is my thing lying to me? It's going to be Garant in blue, who's going to be very sparkly for a moment, versus Blaze 6. Right, let's just take a quick peek at the builds while we wait. Vigor is 60 on both. The mind is 1 on the difference in Blaze. The endurance 42 to 37 in the favour of Garant. Strength 15 to 62 on Blaze. And the dexterity 52 to 10. Pretty much a mirror, more or less, of them. But an interesting one, none the least. Ladies and gents, the finals. The grand finals. Yo. Okay, on 3, 2, 1. Kaboom, kabam, kaplowy. As we are going to see now, both players going for their respective buffs. Obviously, Blaze is going to start off by being poisoned. But look at that, the off-rack into... Oh my god! A kick to the groin. As we are going to see Blaze jumping out of that bit of a pickle. Garant here managing to get some really crazy damage. But looking at that, the kicks are not working as the R2s ring out. And the weed cutter is trimming the lawn here on this Forgotten Coliseum. Very important business, as we are going to see those rollouts come out there from the side of Blaze, getting away more or less scot-free. We may see a swap over here as the sleep is out. Force back now once more. We are going to see that EP Grease keeping up that damage. We are going to see the R2s, R1 into the Sword of Night, the flurry of blades, and that's going to be a run R1 to finish that one out. And there you go. And now, that is going to be a 1-0 in the favor of Garant. Gotta get this going. Gotta pick my kids up. Oh no. Alright, ladies and gents. Keep go, 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 go. Oops. Let's crack on as quickly as we can. Alright. Ladies and gents. Both players are in. And on a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Let's crack on. And there we go. The Sleepy Grease is on now once more. As we're going to see the rack run in there. Try and get that damage. Garant doing a decent job. As we do see the R2s ring out. Both players now going for that. We are going to see Blaze chilling like a villain as the off-rack is going to do what it needs to do. Looking at this here. The Sword of Night off-rack is very, very neat. As we do see a running attack ring through. And that's going to be the kick to end all kicks into an R2. And the mash with punish restored, ladies and gentlemen, as the R2s ring true. And the sleep is going to be very important. Holy moly. Oh, GG's. Video game. Can we have a whiff punish restored, ladies and gentlemen? You see. Alright. Why have the gods forsaken it? Because we've clipped into the wall with punish restored. Atlas always being a true soul's buddy. If I told you, Atlas, to say ladle like a pirate, would you? Would you do that? Of course. Powerful. Right, let's get this show on the road, folks. What is going on? Alright, what's going on? Go, 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 go. Let's go. Go, go, into the arena. Let's crack on. A man has places to be. Alright, boys and girls. Both players, get into your spots. Alright, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Let's get it on. And the bolt is out. The players are drinking their physics. And looking at this here, we are going to see the rack waggling here in neutral, as we do see some slight changes coming out here on the side of Garant. Both players are 1-1. Looking at this Blaze here, going for that R2, but the follow-up R1 into the kick. But unfortunately, kick ain't done do shit against the hyper armor, as Blaze is going to be taking a lot of damage here. Good rollouts there coming out on the side of Blaze as the Sword of Night Ash comes through. As we go for the running R1 there, not quite able to go for it as the sleep is still up, trying to get that slow build up. We do see a good runaways there coming out from the side of Blaze, but unfortunately Blaze is taking an awful lot of damage, as we do see a trade. Looking at that, the R1s come through there. We do see these run attacks come through. Goes for yet another one. Is going to be clipped, but not going to be shipped just yet, as we do see the bleed ballast there consumed. Attempt to get that punished. The jump R2 over the top there. Blaze taking an awful lot of damage. Backswing is coming out. We see the swap now probably over to the Nagakiba, and there it is. But that's going to be a fat roll there on the side of Garant, and a run attack comes through there. Looking at that, the HTS messing up those swaps is going to cost him big time. We're about 3 R2s away from ending this by the looks of things, but a single trade will put Blaze away. As we see these waggles here from neutral as the swap over to the Kiba to try and get that. We do see just continuing to try and get that. Not going for the Rakshasa swap there at all, but unfortunately the run R1 is going to connect, and that is going to be Garant taking the W. 2-1. Oh me, oh my. Oh me, oh my. And sleep very low build-up, yeah. I think trying to play off of chip, because there is gonna be an awful lot of chip damage here. Kick no worky, it don't worky against Rack. But either way, ladies and gents. Round 4, sorry. Let's get it on. Boom. As we see the swaps here coming out from the side of both of our players. We do see that attempt to get that hit there. We are going to see that roll back there coming out on the side of Garant. As we are going to see those hits come through. R2s, the trades. Good roll out there from the side of Blaze, who is blazing through his opponent's health bar at very high speeds. Oh me, oh my, as a run attack runs through. We see another run attack there once more. And looking at this here, we do see the swap back over into the Claws of Night. Using that Kick Ash of War could be very risky here. But looking at that, the R2 whiff punish attempt there into an R1, into the kick. And there we have it. Looking at that, Garant is eating a lot of damage right now. And Blaze most certainly has the lead, as we're going to see that build up once more. And looking at that there, that is going to be the Bleed Ballast consumed in this situation. As you see the swap over onto the regular Lightning Grease. Of course, the Mega Greases for damage are banned, of course. As we are now going to see both players now looking at these opportunities. Looking at that, the R2s. R1, Blaze is taking some damage there. This is not gone for Garant yet. As we do see yet more build-up. Goes for that stuck in the corner kick to try and force him back in. But unfortunately, the rack, one more turn on the rack. As a good rollout comes out there from the side of Blaze. As we see the Godskin, the Whitnick tally comes out there to get yet more of that regen. As we see now both players going for those running attacks. Force back now once again. We are going to see a tasty spot of damage is not to be found here, ladies and gentlemen. Tasteless, bland even, as shots going left and right, missing, going overhead, getting the ghost hits in, as we are going to see Garant take a lot of damage from that there, but he's not out of it yet, as we might see a swap over to that red feather, as we are going to see a standing R1, perhaps out of stamina there from the side of Blaze, and given how he's being more passive, it wouldn't be shocking to me as just a little bit of extra damage, and that's going to be Blaze evening it out in a 2-2. Neck and neck. Oh me, oh my, ladies and gentlemen, what a tourney we are having right now. Blessed Splinter, Vglass, Nico, thank you for the follows. Ladies and gentlemen, let's crack on. 2-2. Even Steven in this best of 9, first to 5. Oh, hang on a second. What's going on? What is going on? Just reset. He mustn't have seen the bolt. The bolt must have desynced. Go, just a reset. The bolt does sometimes do that. Alright. Regressive grease. Alright, go. He was fat roll. Gotcha. Alright, well the drinks are being had. The run-ups are being experienced, as we are going to see now. Garant setting up there with the off-rack, two-handed this time. Not wanting to play into that Claws of Night, as we are going to see now both players. We do see that L1 come out there just to try and catch getting those keep-aways. Blaze doing a very decent job there. Is going to be hit there by a little bit of damage. Now, there we go, as we are going to see now, both players looking at that. We do see the L1, R1, the kick comes out there to try and punish that. We are going to see that now once more. Blaze is taking a lot of damage into those R2s. The trades for days, very much in the favour of Blaze by a fairly substantial margin, as we are going to see these crouch attacks come through here. And looking at that now once more, we are going to see those runs. And the R2s come through the trade once more. That is going to be both players now without tears. 600 HP all the way over to 900. But keep in mind, R2s are going to go hard here. Two-handed rack is of course vulnerable to airs, as well as the fists are out. And that's an R2, and that's going to be Blaze taking another stock. 3-2 in the favour of Blaze. And again, just as a reminder of what the builds here look like, it is going to be 52 dex to 62 strength. Fists obviously not going to be as strong on dex, so we can imagine that those trades are going to land well as we have the rune arc happening. Make sure you heal up, Garant. Magnificent. Already, ladies and gentlemen, round 6 in this best of 9. On a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez. The poison pot is out as we're back onto that sleep grease again, just to try and get that little bit of build up. We are going to see a punish there as another quick poke comes through there onto the off axe here, which is an interesting, that's definitely an interesting one, as we are going to see the rack here. One more turn on it. 2400 to 2200. The standing R1 comes out there. Looking at this here, we are going to see those L1s come out. And looking at this here, we do see yet another L1 come through now once more. Going for that two-handed run R1 as a means of initiating. Blaze been taking a lot of damage there, and that one tries to go for a strafe. Goes for that trade. Did a lot of damage, but Blaze has taken an absolute battering here, as we do see those space outs there. Is going to whiff that and is not going to be punished for it, as we are going to see Blaze now forced into the far corner. We do see Garant here taking a lot of damage here, but looking at that, the kick into an R2. Blaze is on 30 HP, and we are going to see the attempt to get that back swing there, especially with something as brutal as that. We do see the jumps there on the HTS, the swap onto Red Feather. Will we see some Rakshasa armor come out? We may not. Not confident in the old menus as a run R1 and Kiba, which is absolutely brutal. And there's the Rakshasa armor on, but the Lionels, ladies and gentlemen, does stay on a roll out there from the side of Blaze, but is going to be punished and making it a 3-3. Oh my lord, what a round, what a round. It's worth it, you still got all the good tallies. I don't know, actually. Is it normal? It's Ice Rind. Ice Rind? I can't remember how to say it properly. Both players neck and neck all the way through here. Let's crack on, ladies and gents. I believe both players are ready. And on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez. The physics. The immediate aggression here. Going for that nasty, nasty little thing called a harpoon. But there she blows, but it's a miss. But you miss every shot you don't take. As we are now going to see Blaze here chilling out here in this neutral. Possibly setting up for some bleed grease here. By the sounds of things, hard to tell. Very hard to tell when they're all in red, I do believe, as we are going to see that whiff tries to go for a trade, and I believe it did, but unfortunately it is going to be Blaze, who's ever so slightly behind us. That jump R1 is going to ring out. Looking at that there, tries to get an extra little bit of damage. Oh, the follow-up R1 is going to get that punished, but the R2 evening it out, in fact making it even more of a substantial lead here for the side of Blaze. And looking at that there, we are going to see the R2. We do see the L1. Are we going to see an R1 goes for a rollback there once more? And looking at this here, we are going to see the Frost Stomp come out. Not the Divine type here. Just a little bit of chip damage right over the top as a jump R1 over the top there to try and get that punish. Managing to get that, the R2 very much in the favour here of Blaze, who's a lot of HP to run through. And look at that, the R2 almost manages to land. Oh me, oh my, oh me, oh my. 1000 HP, no tier to 1300 with tier. This is nasty stuff. A lot of effective HP here. If he can call out those frost stomps, then it's going to be a much better position here, as we do see a jump out there attempt, as we see. Looking at that, the off rack comes back in now once again, looking to try and get those punishes. The R2s land. Good roll out there from the side of Blaze, who's setting up for those lightning. Is going to not be whiff punished there. The R2s come out there to try and punish any attempt to further the aggression. Oh me, oh my. Neck and neck both of these players are, and we still have the tier here from the side of Blaze. Actually probably worth it here to try and wait out the tier. I do not believe outside of a bleed proc there is going to be a... Oh, the R2 managing to force that back. Garant is existing very, very close here into the trade. Blaze is now on match point. 4-3. Holy moly. All right. 4-3 in the favor of Blaze. Ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. LA, and the physics are drunk. The pots, fetid, have been thrown. That is going to be Blaze, not poison. But the frost pot comes through. Not enough to actually frost him, but enough to keep him honest, which is definitely going to be something. That turn away is going to cost Garant dearly. Looking at that off rock there, going for the standing R1. A good roll out there, comes out on the side of Blaze. Tries to go for that rolling attack. It's not going to land. A risky maneuver. He's going to have to be careful about doing those again, as we do see another little bit of chip damage over the top there as the off rack runs forward. Is not able to get that. Possibly an opportunity there from the side of Blaze to go for a trade. And now there's definitely the chance of a trade, and that is very much going to be the life advantage. Now immediately taken away by just a few points here on the side of Blaze against Garant, who we do see the heals coming on from the side of Blaze along with the Godskin, but now evened out again as we see the off axe come through. Looking at that, good attempt to whiff punish there, but it's not going to hit. Looking at that there, the follow-up R1 comes through. Blaze is now quite low. Both players still have their tiers though. And a run attack there to try and get a little bit more chip. And another run attack, and it doesn't actually manage to connect. Looking at this here, this could be really, really nasty. Blaze not wanting to play around the R2 into the follow-up R2. We are in tier skip range here, and another trade comes through there once more. 800 to 800. Both of them are neck and neck. Blaze just needs to win one more. We're going to see some very cautious play here come out from both of our players. Blaze wanting to put this one away. And we are going to see that Fist of Fury come out there. 600 to 500. Both players neck and neck, all the same. Blaze needs a couple, just one interaction to win off of potentially here. 621 HP. Tries to set up for that running R1 bait, but it's not going to be taken. And that's going to be a jump. But not able to connect as an R2 comes through. Good rollouts there come out from the side of Blaze. And another attempt to get a little bit of chip damage. But it's going to be Blaze that's clipped and shipped. A 4-4, ladies and gentlemen. Match point for all of the marbles, potentially. 4-4. Hard fight. No, 100%. No, I agree. That's about my latency. It's about my latency to Cali, Blaze. Alright, folks. We have both of our players. Alright, ladies and gents. Match point. Let's get the show on the road. There is, but if it's up to Blaze if he wants to resign or not, if he actually has to go do something. But either way, bracket reset will be best of 5, so first to 3. Oh me, oh my, and a nice bit of damage there and a roll out. As we are going to see now, Blaze taking that life advantage ever so slightly by about 100 HP in the difference. I think it's basically 100 HP spot on, as both players are going to try and get those swaps over the top there. We do see the poison Fetid Pots come out, but a good rollout comes out there on the side of Blaze, who goes for that trade, but the Weed Cutter comes through. And while it doesn't even it out, it definitely makes it difficult, as we are going to see that stutter step there, perhaps out of stamina from the side of Blaze, who's going to go for these little rollouts here, trying desperately to find some way to initiate. A jump over the top here would be absolutely brutal, unless Garant goes for a free aim. But point blank, it's going to be very risky, as Blaze takes a lot of damage. Oh, it is going to miss, as we are now going to see those jump R1s come through here from the side of Garant. Sets up for a run R2 just to try and change up the timing just a little bit, but unfortunately it is not going to work out, as we are now going to see the shenanigans afoot here. As looking at this now, we are going to see a nice little bit of damage. Blaze slowly getting chipped down here, but beautiful rolls. Oh, a little bit of chip. And the R2 is being set up there. Good roll out there from the side of Blaze. And another running attack there. A little bit of chip. Good roll out now once more. This is down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Blaze not wanting to give up very much. Oh, and a big bit of chip there. Both players still have their tier. And the follow-up R1 into big damage. That's the tier gone. Good roll out there for against the Weed Whacker. The lawn is going to be looking immaculate. Now both players are without their tier. The lightning grease is out. How are we going to see? I'm not sure how this one is going to end. On paper, I'd say the Fists have this, but it's not an easy task, especially in the circumstances here. Roll out. Blaze is taking more damage. Elects to space out that. We do see the tally swap and a beautiful roll that comes out over the top. A jump. A give a lep. Jump R2 comes out. We do see the follow-up R1s. And the swaps here. I'm not sure. 318 HP. No bleed proc in sight. He can take one more hit before a swap is going to be necessary. And a free aim there on the side of Garant seems to be the play. As he is going to clip. And that is going to be, we're in red feather zone now, ladies and gentlemen. Blink Bolt into a standing R1 as we see the rollouts there. Beautiful rollout comes out there on the side of Gar. Oh, 355 HP. And that is going to be the bracket reset. Holy moly. Let me just check in with all the players. Let's go. Holy shit. GG's both. That was a really good round. And now the bracket reset time. To the wire. Literally every match so close. Well, how's the tourney? It's going really well. We're on the finals right now. The bracket reset. Blaze versus Garant. Bracket reset. Yes. Yes. And there we go. Alright. This one is for all the marbles, ladies and gents. No more messing around. It's time. On a 3, 2, 1 for the first round of the bracket reset. Best of 5. Garant in blue, hailing from Turkey, versus the Yank in red. And that is going to be the poison proc here. And beautiful, actually managing to get away from that there. The sleepy fists are out, trying to get that little bit of damage. We are going to see these stagger steps come out here. Good roll out there on the side of Blaze. A crouch and electing to get the roll out there as well. We do see the sleep buff is out. Looking at this here, we are going to see now both players chilling out, going for those running attacks there. Garant electing to go for that running right over the top. Beautiful roll comes out here from the side of Blaze. A jump over the top there, but unfortunately the back step into R1. Neither player managing to get very much in the ways of damage here as the jump R1 comes over the top. It is not going to land. Blaze is circling. The vulture is circling here. And that spacing here from Garant is very, very wide, and I can understand why. Good roll out there once more from Blaze. Over the top she goes, and the trade rings true, and it's actually pretty even for both of them, but that follow-up R1, absolutely brutal here from the side of Garant, and a follow-up R1 into another standing R1, getting that crouch cancelled there, electing for that now. We're not seeing those rollouts there on the side of Garant. What we're seeing here is him keeping pressure pretty consistently here, trying to play off the fact that Blaze is playing so carefully, but he's missing opportunities. And jump R1 over the top, into the R2, into a follow-up R2, into another one. That is the tier gone now for both players, 1100 to 986. The follow-up R1 comes. He's copped on to the fact now of what Blaze is trying to set up for, but unfortunately, that is going to be an R2. 619 to 665. Beautiful spacing there comes out on the side of both of our players, in fact, in these interactions. Blaze electing for that rollout, going for a run R1, trying to get that build up. We do see the Godskin finally coming in clutch here in this matchup, getting that nice bit of build up into the follow up. 200. Blaze takes the first stock. GG's. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Oakley dokley. The souls have been collected. The players are at the ready. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Allez. And like that, just like that, we are going to see the Fetid Pot come out there to get that little bit of an early lead here. Blaze runs in. We do see that follow-up, the standing R1 coming out here. Looking at this here, another jumping attack out off the gate. Looking at Blaze here, playing a very, very cautious game. We do see those rollouts come out here now once more. Looking at this here, we are going to see the beautiful rolling comes out there. Very, very late hits all the way across here. Good rollout there once more. Looking at this here, we do see one more turn on the rack. Jump R1 comes over the top there. Jump R2 actually into the follow-up R1. And there we go, the R2. Beautiful showing there, as we are going to see just that nice bit of damage. Looking at both of the players here, we are going to see it. The Sleep Fists are a very interesting choice on this rule set, as we do see these rollouts there. But unfortunately, the overextension is going to be punished here on the side of Garant, who's going to be stuck in the corner. But unfortunately, Mayweather's his way out of it. But even all the Lomachenko style footwork coming out here on the side of Blaze is not enough, as we do see that sleep build up here. Standing R1s into the R2. I'm not sure what Garant is playing at here, who's taking an awful lot of damage. Into that, the sleeps! Into the R2! Blaze is on fire. And Hidetaka Miyazaki, hello, in YouTube chat. Crazy. Big fan. On God. Alright. The Loma footwork, what a shout. Hey, listen, alright? J'adore the boxing of Lomachenko. An absolutely phenomenal boxer. Lads, if you like boxing and stuff, 100%. His stuff is like artistry. But either way, 2-0. In the favour of Blaze with match point. Ladies and gentlemen, it is all down to this. And ladies and gents, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1, allez! And there we have it. We have the physics and the sheer audacity of Garant swapping over to the Shamshir here. And this, what is the match point? And the Fists of Fury are out into the R2s, but the Spin Slash says, no sir! Time for some kick shenanigans, I believe, here from the side of Blaze. Now he knows what's coming. It could very well be time, as we are going to see now these running attacks ring true. Looking at this here, the stagger steps forward, the R2s into the follow-up R2s, the kicks into the R2 true combo. Beautiful showing there from the side of Blaze, and this is how it is meant to be done. Those running attacks, you're going to have to be very cautious, because a smack into the groin could be foretold in his future as an R2, but Blaze is very, very low into the follow-up R2, into another R2, Geraint is very, very low here. One mess up. And it's all over, and so it is, ladies and gents. Blaze, just in time to pick up the kids. Taking his first showing in the beginner's bracket. Congratulations, ladies and gents. We will just take a quick peek at the builds once more. 60 Vigor, 42 End, 15 Strength, 52 Dex, and 7 Arcane on the side of Geraint. Blaze, rocking that 60. 37 Endurance, Strength of 62, Dex of 10, and Arcane of 11. Holy sheesh! What a tournament, everyone. What a tournament. And did I get here for the last last hit of the last match? The VOD will be up forever, though, Milan Savic. And we'll be hosting another tournament tomorrow at the same time. So, lads, just first of all, I want to thank Embern. Thank you so much, as ever, for your donations. 5 community subs. Everyone will want to thank. Thank you to everyone. You all put on an amazing show, ladies and gentlemen. No, you're fine, Zuzu. First players, obviously, if it's your first tournament, you're not going to be. It's going to take a little while, but honest to goodness, thank you all so much. And boo-boos happen, even with experienced players. There was accidents all the way around in this tournament, so don't lose any sleep over it, bestie. You did phenomenally. It was a pleasure having you in. A2 for bringing that absolutely cursed build. I hate you and love you for it. May you never change, love. Geraint for the tenacity to force the bracket reset. Very, very good stuff. And Blaze, blazing on to warmer climes, I've heard. Congratulations to everyone. You did amazingly. I'm going to be chilling out with YouTube chat for a little bit. But before then, let me do the shameless self-promotions. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've enjoyed the tournaments, these are all community supported. It's all down to you lot as to how much, whether or not prize pools happen. So I'm forever grateful for your contributions. They couldn't exist without you. And likewise, if you're interested in joining beginners tournaments, you can join them by entering the Discord, going over to the wonderful place Initiate Roll Request, telling me your region, and then every week we'll put out the pings for both the PSN, which the first one starts on Sunday. The wonderful Heartbreaker Jaker has taken that, who will be in charge of PSN events going forward. And of course, I'll be hosting Tryhard Throwdowns money matches twice a month, along with funny events that we might throw in between every now and again to spice things up. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure and an honor as ever. I'm going to raid out. If you want to stick around, go over to the YouTube channel. I'll be streaming there for a bit. So I'll chat you all in a little bit. Alright, YouTube chat. Catch you on the flip side. For everyone else, enjoy wherever the hell I put you. Alrighty then. Did I ever set up the YouTube chat here? I didn't. That sucks. I'm bad. I'm terrible. Alright, I did raid, didn't I? Let me just double check that real quick. Let me just make sure I actually did it. YouTube people's, it's been great. I'll send the rest of you over now. I'm not sure if it actually worked. Here, we'll raid him twice. Fuck it. Who cares? Alright, let me turn off Twitch. Neat. Alright, everyone. How's it going? I hope everyone enjoyed the tourney. I hope everyone did. I certainly had a great time. I don't know why it's not turning off. Because I shouldn't be online anymore. What on earth? Wait. And I ran into you in Coliseum the other day on PS5 GG's if that was you. Why is it still live? I'm glad you enjoyed it. I don't know why I'm still live on Twitch. I shouldn't be by rights. It says I'm offline. I shouldn't be live on Twitch. That was awesome, man. I'm glad you enjoyed. PS5 GG's, if that was you. Yeah, I'm usually, if I'm on Coliseum, it's usually because I'm on PS5. Wait, what is going on? Here, fuck it. Is Twitch still there? I'm so confused. It says I'm still live. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. I'm so bamboozled. Why don't things work the way they're supposed to? I'm sending you all over again. There you go. There you go. Right. I think that should have worked. I'm so bamboozled. Let me just check that I'm actually gone offline. Channel. Okay, now it's not doing the thing. Alright, we're good. YouTube chat, yeah, we enjoyed the tournament. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate. It's kind of a bit of a pain in the arse when the finals are like high latency. That always sucks for me. That very much always sucks for me. But like at the end of the day, like I can't fill brackets with single region, which would be the ideal, just to be clear. It just kind of sucks. But yeah, if you have any questions or anything, anyone, feel free to ask to your heart's content. Because otherwise I'm just going to ramble for ages about what just happened. Misha did a really good job as well. I was impressed with that shield poke play. Along with the Stormblade. Or the Stormhawk Vortex thing, whatever the hell it's called. I just know it as the Stormhawk Axe's Ash of War. Which was really, really good. That was actually pretty clever. Let me actually mark the scores here. It was Blaze 4, Garant 5, and then it was Blaze who just took it in a fucking sweep. What a really great way to finish a tourney, though. The neck and neck fight all the way then to just an absolute fucking massacre. Really, really cool stuff. But what did you think? Also, I have a question for you lot, which is actually kind of important to me. I kind of toned down the casting a little bit. So in other words, it was a lot less kind of hype casty and a little bit more subdued. Kind of curious as to what you guys thought of that, because feedback, I'm just experimenting with new styles of doing things. So I'm kind of curious to see how you feel about that. I don't know if you have any thoughts or anything like that. Alright, we are still live. Yeah, we are. Okay. So I can just go to YouTube chat live. I can just chat with you guys. It was all fine. You enjoyed it? But I mean, was it better than the super hypecasty stuff? Because feedback like that is really, really useful. I'm always hungry for it. That's kind of a thing for me that I'm always kind of curious about. Because, like, at the end of the day, it can be, like, yeah, perfectly serviceable, but I'd much personally prefer if it was, like, something you enjoyed. Because I find, especially for these casual events, like, going all full ham, like, can be a bit much, but I'm curious as to your thoughts. And likewise, if you've any questions or anything. Also, Dankblade, you did really well, dude. Was that your first tourney? I'm not sure what the delays are like here for YouTube land. I know Restream can be pretty... Yeah, first one. Did you enjoy yourself? I really hope you did. Like, that to me is pretty damn important. That, like, as a first experience going into a tournament, that you enjoyed yourself. Also, Semfty. What setup were you rocking? It was pretty fun. There were no problems. Hell's yeah. Oh, so chat is actually super delayed. Interesting. Okay, well that's unfork, bestie. What I will have to do in future is swap out the Twitch one for the YouTube one and see if that works better. Is there anything else then that was noteworthy? I think it was interesting that people... there's some differences between platforms, which is kind of cute, I think. So you have... For any of you who were... And once I see more streams, I'll be able to give you a better answer for the casting. Yeah, just kind of curious. It's a thing generally that I'm borderline obsessed with trying to get better at it. Slow but steady progress. Can I just get pop-out chat? Is that better or worse? Yeah, all the VODs for these things are saved forever as well. So if you do want to check out the competition, you have a very... Your casting was great in my opinion. Okay, Elden Hill. I'm glad to hear. I do want to move in a direction where I can split between NA and EU, but dude, it's so fucking hard as it stands. That's probably the biggest hurdle I have to get over, is to just reach a point. I just need to make more YouTube videos, to be honest with you, which sucks, because I think the content is kind of garbo. There's only so many ways to say, yeah, you space everything. And then you move in, these are your punishment windows in certain setups. Before it kind of, because they're all the same fucking punishment windows. Because half the game is unpunishable and the other half isn't. Which kind of sucks a great deal. And I'm also relatively limited in... in terms of the setups that I'm comfortable enough to actually use and talk about. Because it's no good me picking up twin blades when I've no fucking idea what I'm on about. Like, I'm just doing the people who are watching the video a disservice at that point. But it takes me a long while to get comfortable with stuff. But yeah, the YouTube stuff is probably the easiest way to get people in. Because I think that at this stage, I think the Twitch community has been, or for the community that's already invested in Twitch and tournaments, to the degree that they'd have gone all the way down to mine, as basically they're all pretty good fucking players at this stage. Same with most of the latter lot. So I just don't know. But anyway, I don't know if anyone has any questions or anything that you'd like to put out before I finish up. I've picked your brains. I appreciate the candid replies, folks. I found you from watching Steel on YouTube. Oh god, was that the fucking Moonveil video? Ooh, my rhetoric was tailored to the wrong audience. Dear god, that was a wake-up call. I want for... Oh god. That was a wake-up call. And what I forgot was so here's the thing. Here's the thing. For me anyway. Are highlights from a tourney? Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, was it the one where myself and Sleep talked about the tournament? Where we both basically admitted that we forgot the entire tournament because we got blackout fucking drunk afterwards? About DS3 competitive. Is that how you found me? Did you... Wait, Darce, did you find me through YouTube first? Or did you find me through Twitch first? I thought you were a Twitcher. Which sounds horrific out of context. Yeah, you had the tier list video? Fuck. I got so much wrong on that. Well, actually, no. I'm actually pretty happy with the tier list vid. Oh my god. Okay, that's interesting. That's actually kind of neat. That's useful information. That's actually kind of cool. Alright, you know what? I can live with myself for that. I probably should do another one of these days. I think that's probably next on the fucking list of bullshit that I need to get off my arse and do. But I'm just worried that, like, as soon as I do it, most of the information is not really going to be applicable. Like, if they nuke backhand blades into the Stone Age, like, I don't know. Because, like, the ideal would be I'd make something like Evergreen or whatever that just does well over time. But I can't write scripts for shit. Which is why I just talk at the camera for a bit. Right before I looked up Elden Ring tourney stuff for the first time and found Steel and Frosty talking about him. Dude. The mix potential, dude. Dude. Wait, Darcy, I invite you. Fucking Meow Meow did a Fight Club the other day. Then you have an... Yeah, but I feel disgusting because it's feeding the machine. I'd love another one. Yeah, I'll do another one of these days. I think I have a much more better handle on where things are. Yeah, I'll do one. I'll probably do it this weekend. Fuck it. We ball. Tourney stuff and found Steel and Frosty took him. No, sorry. I got distracted. Fucking sleepy brain. Sleepy brain. You hate to see it. Fucking Meow Meow had Frosty in her FC. And she just, whenever she'd see Frosty on screen, all she'd fucking do was, dude, just dudes being dudes. Dude. Fucking hysterical. Funny motherfucker. Gas. Absolutely fucking gas. What a hoot. What a hoot. But yeah, fair fucking play to Blaze. Good job to Garrett. Turkey to NA West, considering that's where most of the bracket was populated by, was absolutely understandable why people might get frustrated, but I don't know what to do. I'll think about it. I'll have an old sit down. Because I tried to... So, for full fucking transparency, in case there's any doubt, especially for beginners brackets, and 9 times out of 10 for tryhard brackets, I'll generally adjust the bracket a fair bit, especially for round 1. In double a limb allows me to get away with murder. Pretty much. Which is really handy. I do skew the brackets a little bit for like hype matches and stuff. 100 per fucking cent. And I tried to have the EUoids knock each other out fairly early, but I'd need to reassess the bracket personally. So that there'd be a clear run for someone through main. But well, I don't know. Adjusting matches for latency sucks because it's a feels bad moment. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, last call for questions, folks, before I pack it in. Actually, you know what? You know what I'm going to do? Watch this. There. Are you happy now, Darcy? FT4. I hate this. Years of tradition thrown out the window. I've betrayed my roots. And I'm taking player feedback. Maybe I have finally become a shill. Maybe it's all Jover from here. Data takes the set. But Souls is not a fighting game. It's its own thing. Alright. Anyone else? No? Alright, tier list time. Backhand Blades win everything. Patas, Claws of Night. Starfists are covered by fists, so that's done. Thrusting Sword, because it's a war crime. Shamshir, because it's a war crime. Twin Blade, because it's a war crime. And I could be maybe convinced. There you go. Here we go, yeah. And of course we don't have... I imagine other games that build a brand that wins and take the set. No. Of course we don't have hits done frame data neutral. I remember talking to Luber and talking about frame data and he's like, bro, I can't take notes fast enough. There you go. I've talked about the entire video game by talking about S tier. That's my hot take. Oh, I can do the thing that I set up for a while ago. So I had a funny plan, chat. That if there was a long set that had something wrong, I'd like do dumb shit like this. This is a pretty good idea. Where Gugs. Hang on a second. Go into new. File. New. Don't save. There we go. Yo, Square. Watch. Okay? Observe. Elden Ring. Schmelden Ring. It's the top of the pyramid. We finally have a proper artist rendition, okay? We have, right here, S. Alright? And then there's a bit of a gap, right? Are you with me so far, lads? And ladettes. Right? Boom. Alright? S tier. And we've a little bit of a gap. There's a gap there. I'll actually go further. BHB has ascended the pyramid, okay? BHB isn't real, alright? It can't hurt you. Alright? Are you with me so far, lads? Because this is the better edition. And then you have A tier. Right? Great. It's powerful. Alright. This is the challenge. This is the suffering I have to go through, okay? And then... rest of fucking game. There you go. Alright? That's basically how the game works, right? You've a little bit... there's a gap there. It's substantial. Like, it's substantial from here to here. But some of the setups get pretty close. And then you have this fucking gulf of things that can't hit shit unless you're frosty. Or saucy, I guess. To things that can actually hit people. This entire void, right? Yeah, and this is this... okay, you're gonna fucking hate this, okay? Right? If you ever wonder why I have some very strange takes sometimes, it's because this is the only part of the game that I consider. Here, we'll give BHB a little bit of a halo, okay? Give it a little gold. Give it a little bit of a orange halo. It's ascended, okay? It's gone above and beyond. Can we draw angel wings here? There, those are angel wings, folks, okay? It's ascended. It is in God tier right at this moment, okay? But yeah, this is the part of the game that I concern myself with. This is the rest of it. And you have so much space between here and here. It's so sad. Game. Bad. If you consider all of these things. This is fine. When it isn't insane. The Archangels then have BHB, Pata, and Claws of Night. Ascending into the fucking heavens, dude. Alright. I'm gonna end stream now before I mortally embarrass myself any further. IDK BHB isn't so scary when I have big sword. You bring up a compelling argument, my dear. However, I can also end screen and I don't have to talk to the silly gay people on my phone anymore. We're so pro. I have found the tech. But before I go, there's one very important thing I just want you all to keep in mind, okay? It's very serious, it's very important, and